What's up, team? Good morning. Good morning. Oh man, I can't have coffee today, bro. I'm kind of upset about it, man. I really can't drink coffee today. So like I guess I'm just gonna drink water. I just don't know what to do. Um, Not really the most excited about it, to be honest. But hey, you know, I guess we'll make do not drinking coffee today. What's up, Digital Lee, Ed, John? What's up, team? I'm kind of bummed out, man. I can't drink coffee. Oh well. All right. Today we got the PCE deflator. Apple had earnings yesterday. Apple did pretty well. I mean, we bought the dip in Amazon. Yeah, we're very green in Amazon, nicely. That's cool to see. Bro, how much am I up in the trade? Oh. All right. Wait. Google, we're pretty much break even too, so that's nice. Dollar index has been pumping up today, though. We do have the PCE inflationary data coming out today. Yeah, all good, John. No worries, man. I mean, I know people do. I'd rather them not for liability reasons, But like, I understand people do. I mean, like I said, I've been just pretty correct about a lot of things, man. I'm not even trying to brag. I'm just being accurate. I'm just stating as the young people say, facts, as the young people say. And then I'm just, like I said, my swing trades specifically, my day trades, I have good days and bad days. My swing trades, though, have been just accurate. People underestimate the strategy I use. I think bears let a lot of different things influence their sentiment. And you can see, like, when I'm wrong about something, like I was wrong about Meta. I think I was wrong about Meta. I haven't looked at Meta today. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if I was wrong about Meta. I did bought Meta at like 102, and it kept dropping, and I cut it pretty fast. I lost like $100, $100 something dollars. So it's very small. I made money on Amazon already, and I've already scaled out of most of that. I'm break even in Google, but you know, I did add some, and I've got a really nice entry. So I think Google's going to be the most obvious one that makes me money. Google at $92 a share, is objectively valuable, I think, here, and you know, we'll see how it goes. Called MMAT a couple weeks ago. This is just the start. Hey, good luck, Ryan. Hope you make money, brother. Hey, nice digital. Hey, congrats, man. Hey, what's up, Gia? Yeah. I mean, listen, it just makes sense. Like, people, when you're swing trading, I don't know any other way to swing trade. Like, you can try to find some obscure support level and then, like, buy it based off of that. I would rather just wait for healthy companies that are behemoth, blue chip, large cap companies that get destroyed short term, and then just kind of kindly buy that dip. That's all I do in swing trading. I don't do any other trades in swing trading. I wait for healthy companies that drop big short term. I don't care why they drop. They could drop from earnings. As long as the outlook is okay, I'll buy it. Even if the outlook is not okay, like Amazon, the whole reason Amazon dropped so much was because of the outlook, but I thought it was an overreaction relative to the rest of their earnings. And so with that, we bought the dip, and our entry right now with Amazon is $91.81. So we got in at 91. Amazon is currently at 97. So I mean, it certainly works for a lot of the time. I can't guarantee it's going to work for you, of course. Nobody can, but it works for me for sure. And my swing trades have just been very profitable lately. Hey, what's up, traveling? Hey, welcome in. Yeah, today should be fun. PCE deflator is usually a pretty big stream. PCE deflator is another PCE deflator is another inflationary gauge. It's the US-wide indicator that takes the average increases in prices for all domestic personal consumption. We don't know how the market's going to react to this type of data. Generally speaking, though, it's going to impact markets heavily, and we want to see what we get. We also have personal spending numbers today. We also have Chevron and Exxon earnings today. Numbers come out at 8:30. I wonder if the increasing interest rates the same amount like last month. Maybe. Hey, what's up, Kieran? Does it have a big impact on the dollar moving up or down? Yes, 100%. That's probably what has the most impact on is the dollar. I'm trying to think of what it came in at last time. Last time it came in at 0.3. Gas. Exxon moving up. Let's see if Exxon dropped earnings yet. We also have the Baker Hughes rig count today. Pending home sales dropping at 10. Michigan consumer expectations and sentiment dropping at 10. Personal spending and income. Employment wages. The core PCE price index is really which is the main one people look at. Is expected to come in at 0.5%. Last time it came in at 0.6%. So now the PCE is chain weighted, so it adjusts to consumer spending changes. So if they stop spending as much, it's going to be influenced by that, of course. The core PCE is the Fed's preferred inflation measure when they're calculating their rate hike decisions. And so again, the big one is going to be the core PCE price index. Expectations for the month are 0.5%. Expectations for the year are 5.2%. So that is what. All right, so the year-over-year expectations. Just to put some stuff up on the screen. Yeah, what's up, Beach? You're always up so early, especially for Texas time. Yeah, man, I get up early, bro. Yeah, so the expected numbers are on the screen right now. Again, they're expecting 0.5% change month over month. Really, I should put increase here, actually. Let me rephrase this. So there's the number on screen. So again, the core PC is what the Feds use to influence their rate hike decisions. I think PC moved markets last time. I mean, we can look. The last report dropped exactly a month ago. We're going to do a poll as we always do here. Bullish or bearish on today's PCE deflator reading? Vote in the poll. There's the link. Let's look and see what we did last time for this. All right, so last time these numbers came out at last time these numbers came out at, man, what was the date on this? Okay. Let's find the date here. I see. Yeah, last time these numbers came out September 30th. So if we look back historically at September 30th. Let's see if we can edit this to be a 1-minute chart. Or like at least a 5-minute chart. Yeah, there we go. All right, so we can look back at a 5-minute chart for 90 days. Let's find September 30th. All right, so here was September, or no, that was October 3rd. All right, so these numbers came out here. And then they came out in pre-market. So yeah, I mean, the last time these numbers came out, this is a 5-minute chart. It put in this huge red candle. The SPY dropped from 365 basically down to 361s. And then continued on the downward trend from that data release all the way up until the morning. And then after the opening bell, it continued down as well. And so they did influence markets last time. Yeah, the PCE deflator is usually a pretty relevant release. But yeah, this is when the release came out right here. So, I mean, they did move markets last time. And then you can see we continued down for the rest of the day, basically. Honestly, bro, I can't drink coffee today. Like, I got a stress test. Uh, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time is when they come out. Dollar index still pumping up. Apple's still looking pretty solid, though. Didn't Apple have good news yesterday? Shouldn't it have a positive effect on markets? Yes. Yes, it should. And it is to a certain extent. You know, Apple had good numbers yesterday. They dropped better than expected EPS sales results. They didn't post their guidance numbers, though, but overall, the market reacted positively to Apple's earnings call. Apple at 146.20s. We have the dollar index at 111s. All right, so how will the let's see how the S&P 500 gets affected by this. We're doing our poll. The poll on Twitter is very simple. It says today the PCE deflator release happens at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Long or short? Join us live for the full release, of course. Do me a favor, hit the like button here. If we look at our poll that we've done right now, 56 votes, 41% are bullish, 59% are bearish. We're gonna do this poll, and yeah, join us. Is the Twitter deal done? What's going on with Twitter? I see Elon fired the CEO of Twitter. Yeah, so Elon Musk is now CEO. Yeah, but the good news is that the Twitter CEOs are now rich. So CEO Parag Agrawal and Chief Financial Officer Ned Siegel and Head of Legal Policy Vijaya Gandhi all had large stakes in Twitter, $65 million worth of stake in Twitter. And, with that firing, they would be entitled to a year's compensation, which each of them are making about $600K a year. But that they would have purchased part of Musk's $44 million buyout. Their golden parachute clause, they would vest stock worth almost $120 million if they are terminated. Gade should walk away with about $74 million. Agrawal and Siegel should receive about $65 million each just for getting fired. Yeah, so all right, so Twitter is now owned by Musk. Wow. That's crazy. I never thought in a million years that would go through. That's crazy. He put out a tweet 6 hours ago that said the bird is freed, meaning yeah, what a weird couple years. Man, yeah. So just kind of catching up. SPY moving up a little bit. SPY at 388s roughly, right under 370, right under 378s. I mean, interesting movement. Dollar index is still popping up. Twitter didn't really do much. It's probably getting bought out at these prices. So I mean, everybody assumes that Twitter is just going to kind of go private any day now. And so again, we'll see what we get on that front. Here's Q. At the 270s right now. Again, we did buy the Amazon dip. We're nicely green in this one. We bought it at like $91. It's currently at about 98. Another beautiful swing trade. We are in Google as well. We bought this one on the dip, and we'll see if it continues. But it's been rebounding nicely. We're pretty much break even there. And yeah, we'll see what we get today, guys. Remember, we got the PCE deflator today. Should be very relevant to movement in markets. I think you could trade Twitter right now, but I think it's going private anytime now. Yeah, I never thought the deal would go through. No, somebody said I wonder if Dorsey quit Twitter knowing Elon wanted in. Dorsey and Elon are friends, man. Like they know each other. Like they're friendly. They're not. Dorsey got bought out a long time ago because he disagreed with the corporate stuff going on at Twitter. So he left a long time ago. I mean, he's sitting on his billions right now for Dorsey. Um, but yeah. Hey, thank you, Shannon. Thank you for the retweet. Shout out to Shannon. But yeah, so again, I'm gonna make this post. This is Elon's last post. So this is his last post. We retweeted it. If you guys want to know what we're talking about, follow me on Twitter at Beginner Trades. Here's the link. Check it out. Follow me on Twitter at Beginner Trades. There's the link right there in chat if you want to follow me. We appreciate it. Yeah, and I'm not 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with Elon acquiring Twitter. I mean, like I said, it's not really. I kind of stay outside the realm of politics. Vote on our Twitter poll as well here today. The PCE deflator release happens at 8:30. Yeah, we'll see what we get. Hey, what's up, Philippe? 8:30 Eastern Standard Time is when the numbers come out. Is buying Twitter free money? I don't know. I think there's some risks to him spending as much as he did buying Twitter. I don't think he cares at a certain point, but like, I think there might be some risks in buying Twitter. Headphones just died. How'd the meta trade turn out yesterday? Oh, I lost on that one. I got out. I got out pretty quickly though. Like I got out of meta at like $99 or something like that. Like I bought it at 101 with like 50 shares or whatever it was, and I got out at like 99. So I lost like $100. Since then though, I have dip bought Amazon. I'm sitting in Amazon right now with an entry price of 91.80s. If you look at Amazon is currently at about 97 something. We dip bought Google as well. We're break even in that one too. But yeah, I mean, honestly, the meta trade was the first loss I've had in swing trading in like a month or so. And so we've been making a decent amount of money. We rode Disney from 91s all the way up to 102s. We rode Snapchat from about 780s all the way up to like almost $10. We rode Amazon currently up from 91.80s up to 97s. So we've been making a ton of money swing trading. Meta, we kept our losses, and I hope people can really learn from that. Like we kept our losses very small on our meta trade because frankly, there's no reason not to. Yeah, core PCE, if you read at the bottom, core PCE is what Feds use to influence the rate hike decisions they do in the future. Expectations are for an increase of 0.5% month over month. So anything over that means inflation is higher. It's not what we want, and it's going to cause negative action in markets. Anything lower than that means inflation is lower. The Feds might use those data to influence their rate hike decisions, and so this is a highly relevant indicator released today because of how the Fed uses it. Yeah, I even told people like I didn't like Meta long term. I thought Meta would bounce. I still think Meta, honestly, to put it out there, I still think Meta will probably bounce. I think I could probably sit in Meta and still make money. But regardless of what I think, I got to look at my risk, and I think that there's a difference between Meta and the trades that I normally take. Number one, the trades that I normally take are healthy companies that I believe in long term. That on short term they're just down and really extended on the downside. Those are the companies that I buy. I can't really say that for Meta because I don't necessarily believe super confidently that it's going to be okay long term, you know. And so with Google, I'll sit in Google for a year if I need to because it's going to be fine long term. Amazon obviously is going to be fine long term. Meta, I can't really say that, and so I ended up cutting Meta pretty quick and then buying some dips. Again, I'm sitting in Amazon right now. I already took profit. I already took a lot of my position off in Amazon, but we're still up nicely on the day and in the trade. And then Google, we're roughly break even. We're almost exactly break even on Google. And we'll give it time. Falling knife. I mean, people always say that. But the reality of it is, you know, you got to look for objective value. You know, the falling knife thing, I think mostly refers to like day trading, you know, or something that's in just a huge downtrend, day after day after day, a huge downtrend. And maybe you could consider that for Meta. But like, I think at a certain point, you got to stop thinking about it like that. For me, at least, at a certain point, I stopped thinking about it like that. And I start thinking about it in terms of objective value. Like, hey, you know, Google's down to 90 bucks, you know, $89 at some points. I'm going to buy this now. You know, this is probably not going to sit down here for very long, and I can hold it until it bounces. Is usually what I do. Works really well. Amazon, same thing. Amazon got destroyed. And again, what I look for, and this is a very important thing to understand, right? If you want to understand how I swing trade, it's incredibly important that you understand this. All right, what I look for is discrepancies in the actual earnings results and the price action that we get from them, right? So, like Amazon is a great example of this. Amazon didn't have that bad of results and dropped freaking 20%. You know, Amazon dropped damn near 20% on not that bad of results, better than expected EPS, a slight miss in sales revenue, and a slight miss in guidance. And you're telling me that is justifying 20% of a drop? That's way out of line with what it should be doing on that earnings release. And so in that regard, what did I do? I waited for Amazon to drop down to 90 bucks, $91, and I bought that dip. And sure enough, Amazon rebounded 10% or whatever it is in like a couple hours. So I look for discrepancies in terms of what the actual earnings release shows and then how people react to it. If I think there's an overreaction, I will buy the dip pretty fast. Now, this could be influenced by the PCE deflator and stuff today. Next Wednesday, we have the rate hike decision, the FOMC meeting, which is going to be fun. You know, regardless of what they show, we're going to have a lot of people here in chat. It's going to be chaotic. And yeah, it'll be fun, guys. Y'all be ready. 100% Beach, 100%, man. And y'all go check out Beach Bum's channel. There's Beach Bum right there. Y'all go give him a follow on YouTube. Great swing trading content as well. Great swing trading content. So if you're trying to up your swing trading knowledge, he looks at the data, you know, gives you a reasonable thesis on a lot of different things. So go check him out. Dollar index at 111s. 111s, guys. Okay, I'll post his link here. Let me find a new page for it. There we go. Objective value is relative. The cheap can always be cheaper. Okay, well, subjective value. And then, you know. My point is, I'm looking for things that when other people look at it, they're going to say, hey, that's cheap. You know. The reason I refer to it as objective value is because I say, okay, well, like, look at Amazon in a range. You know, look at Amazon in a range over the last year or the last, like, 3 months, really. Is it cheap relative to that range? Is it on the bottom side of that range? Looking at it, you know, if it is, then could be objective value there, you know. Yeah, market's been pretty strong. I mean, we did have Exxon Mobil drop earnings. Let me see if they showed up yet. So yeah, Exxon just dropped numbers here. So Exxon dropped third quarter EPS of 468. Miss on sales. So a beat on EPS, a miss on sales. Gonna put the Exxon numbers up on screen. Exxon did noticeably better than expected for their earnings. On terms of EPS or profitability, their sales revenue disappointed, though, came in lower than expected. They did buy back $4.5 billion of stock in the third quarter. Third quarter revenue came in at 112.07 billion versus 73 billion a year ago, but the consensus was 104 billion. So they actually beat on both metrics here. I'm sorry. So yeah, Exxon beat on both metrics. There's the numbers in chat right there. Twitter so bad. How crazy is that, bro? Let me make sure it's not. Yeah, Twitter is suspended for me too. Twitter is done. Twitter is not going to open up anymore. So Twitter is done. Twitter is now private. Wow. Yeah, it's suspended on TOS too. If you look at Twitter here, Twitter is now a private company. The last candle we got on Twitter was 7 p.m. last night, right at the close of after hours yesterday. It did not open for pre-market this morning. Twitter is effectively private right now. Not mincing words, good companies are good to dollar cost average, but the ranges change. My point, we have seen a spike in the VIX. Until that happens, this bearish volatility will continue. Yeah, okay. But I think when you have to, and you might be right, like ranges can change, right? But that's the nature of the stock market as a whole. The stock market numbers can change. Anything can change. But we're looking at it in terms of the established range and what most would consider cheap or reasonable within that. That's why we're buying Google under 100. That's why we're buying Amazon at 90. That's why we're buying Google at 90, is because relative to the range, when we look at extension and we look at the range, it's plausible to assume, and it's logical to assume, I think, that in a year or two from now, Amazon and Google are going to be noticeably higher than where they are now, right? And so if I'm right short term, like I was with Amazon, I was right within freaking 4 hours. I saw an overreaction from earnings, and so I thought there was value and it was cheap because we had an overreaction from earnings, as well as I think that if we look at Amazon in a couple of years from now, it's going to be noticeably higher than where it is. And so in that regard, like I said, I think there's value, and that's why I bought those dip. And again, it works really well. I have been making, to put it into perspective, we are in a bear market, yet I have been making my best trades with very high accuracy in swing trading, and I've made a ton of money, thousands, from swing trading over the last 3 to 6 months in this bear market, going long only going long. And so, while we might be in a bear market, while a lot of people aren't going to be able to do what I'm doing, we're making money mostly on the long side here, and it works. It works really well. Again, looking for big overreactions in markets, discrepancies in markets. It's a powerful way to trade, I think. Now, sure, you can bet the long-term downward trend is going to continue. But at a certain point, when you just judge extension, it's logical to assume that we're extended on the downside short term. We might bounce back up and then continue back down. But if we drop down to 90, bounce back to 110, and then continue down to 80, that's still going to give me a pretty significant window of profit taking there with my long trades. And that's essentially what I've been capitalizing on. Oh, well, yeah, I go short. It's not like I only go long. What I'm saying is my swing tradings, I've purely been long. Like, I'm not talking about my day trades. Like, sure, I short with my day trades. What I'm referencing is my swing trades. I've only gone long on my swing trades. I don't short and hold for anything longer than a couple minutes, And so what I'm specifically referencing, like I said, was my swing trades. They've all been long, and those are my longer term trades too. No, that's not what's going on, Brandon. Twitter's going private, bro. Elon said he was taking it private, and that's kind of what's going on. PC coming out at 8:30 Eastern. Yeah, and like I said, Card Guy, we can agree to disagree, bro. It's all love here, man. It doesn't matter too much, bro. What I will ask is, like, we get a lot of really weird bears in chat, and I don't think you're one of them, and at least I hope you're not. Um, but like for whatever reason, bears get really upset when I tell people how I trade, and regardless of anything, it shouldn't make anybody upset. Like people trade how they trade, and people can trade the complete opposite of me, and like that's okay. If they can make money doing it, I can't really knock them for it. And I think we got to look at it from that perspective. I think we got to look at all traders from that perspective because again, for whatever reason, I've noticed it a lot during the earning streams, but every single earning stream, bears show up and they're just like, ah, ha, ha. Like yesterday, people were trying to make fun of Apple. Like yesterday was actually quite funny, and I had to kind of correct the Apple chat from Apple. But yesterday, when this happened with Apple, right? So like this happened right here. This happened because he said some negative things regarding Apple, right? So this happened right here. And as soon as it happened, all the bears in chat immediately started making fun of the longs and like calling them names, calling them idiots, calling them all these different things. And I had to be like, look, by the time it got back to like here, I had to be like, yo, we're rebounding back now. And I'm not even in Apple. And then sure enough, like as we started to push higher and higher, it just kind of got more and more quiet. And so it's just kind of like, for whatever reason, I think bears are certainly the louder ones that insult other people's stock picks. I think more often. I'm not saying all bears, of course, but what I've seen in chat and what I've seen on Twitter as well is that for whatever reason, bears are just kind of really weird about it. And I understand being bearish. I really do. Like I understand being bearish, but it's one of those things. Like I think you gotta understand that you might be wrong about any specific trade. And I think that's something that you need to have always in the back of your head. And that'll stop you from kind of making fun of other people, if that makes sense. And I'm not saying anybody does that here, but yeah, for sure, dirty. It's all good, bro. Like I said, man. Yeah, all good, brother. All good. I agree with your strategy. The company still need a big capitulation moment. We are seeing this happen in tech. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 8:30 is when all the numbers come out. Yeah, and understand, like I said, car guy, I'm not talking about you, brother. Uh, um, Not necessarily, Vlad. See, you know, it's okay. I mean, you can think I don't know what I'm doing, and that's purely fine. Again, you're not understanding what I'm doing if you think that I'm gambling, you know, and it's all good, man. But again, it's certainly not gambling. Again, I have put it out there. My swing trades, I'm probably running at least 80% accuracy, 80 to 85% accuracy, I would say, is what I'm running on my swing trades over the last 6 months. I probably got into at least 20, and I have made money on at least 16 out of those 20, for 80%, at least. The only ones I've really lost on are Meta, Intel. I don't know if I lost on anything else. Meta and Intel, those two. I've traded Disney about 5 times doing the same exact thing. I've traded Snapchat at least 4 times. I've traded Google, Amazon, Twitter. I bought the dip. I bought the dip in AMD once, and so my risk reward ratio is probably about a 1-to-1 ratio. But my accuracy rate swinging is about 80%, I would say, give or take. So like my risk reward ratio, I probably lose the same amount. Sometimes I lose less. Like with Meta, my last Disney trade, I made like 1,000. Meta trade, I just got out a day or two ago with very small size. I lost like 150 bucks. But I would say on average, my risk reward ratio is about 1-to-1. If I risk 100 bucks, I lose 100 bucks. And my accuracy rate is what sustains the system. Yeah, gambling would be going in before the release. What I'm doing is going in after the release. Again, bears just want, like I said, bears are just really forceful and call names and make fun. Like usually it just means that they're insecure about their own like positions and direction, is usually what it is. Right. So if like somebody's out here calling names, usually they're just insecure because they've been wrong and they're scared about being wrong is what it is. So, let it out, guys. And with that, uh we're going to keep making money. I mean, it's been great in the market, and we'll see what Amazon does. We'll see what Google does. Of course, the PCE is going to influence them today. We also have the rate hike decision next week that's going to be wildly influential. Yeah, listen, it's all right. Hey, thank you, Jasmine. Hey, we appreciate it. I'm long Apple, but I love to be bear in the chat. Yeah, it's all good. Uh, I am doom and gloom. I often wonder about a paperwork and complexity involved with doing taxes. Oh, it's a lot. My 1099s were like 10 pages, or like one of them was like 40 pages, bro. My TD Ameritrade one was like 40. Uh, I ended up in capital gains last year. I ended up posting like, I think it was like 26K in capital gains last year, about 26. If I remember, it's something. It's like 25 or 26. It's 25 something, I think, is what it was for capital gains, and that's in both stocks and crypto. And so I'm happy with that for sure. Exxon Mobil up to 109.60s. Yeah, I think that's 100% true. Rand says people need to change the disaster psychology, thinking that every stupid stock is about to collapse every moment. Right, 100%. I see it a ton, man. I see it a ton. Like, again, people need to understand the probabilities of what they're saying. You know, um, again, to put it in perspective, bears essentially a bet that the stock market was going to crash every year for the last 5 years, and it's been the same ones. And then when it doesn't, they say, "Oh, well, maybe next time up. Well, maybe next time." And so even if they're right about this one, they're still only 20% accurate. And it goes like I'm betting on probabilities, and I just don't think betting on you know market crashes is really an easy bet. You know, Apple up to 145.90s. How much impact is the PCE result likely to have on the market? It'll be relevant. The PCE, the core PCE deflator, is what the Fed uses to influence the rate hikes. And so with that, it's going to be important and relevant. And if it's higher, it's going to be bad, and if it's worse, then it's going to be better. Um, I don't get this toxicity because as a trader, you can go both ways. 100%, man. Again, I go long and short on different ways. Day trading, I go short a lot of the time. Swing trading is purely long, um, but it's profitable. It really is. It's profitable. Um, yeah, I should Beach. Pinterest on the way up. Hmm. Yeah, that might be something I have to consider. All right, guys. So, and again, you can see here we got ExxonMobil moving up on good earnings. We dropped the earnings in chat. Hey, what's up, Zon? Hey, welcome, brother. Welcome, man. Yeah, we are up, dude. Good morning, man. I can't have coffee today, so I'm a little bit more cranky. So don't get mad if I am. Everybody, a little bit more cranky today. Can't have coffee. Yeah, man. So again, Twitter is chaos right now. Twitter is chaos right now, man. Looking at Twitter, phew. Spy starting to bounce back. Exxon Mobil up there. Why is it chaos? Because Elon just took it over in the last 24 hours. Now he's the CEO. He fired the previous CEOs. Everybody's arguing about whether it's a good or bad thing. It's chaos, bro. Look at it. Hey, what's up, Chris? I switched to bang. Hey, bro, I drink bangs when I go to the gym, dude. No, I can't go to the. I got a stress test today. We're about to be one of the top 3 stress test performers in the world right now, bro. I'm about to run like 5 miles today with all those things. I'm gonna be like 50 Cent in that music video. You know, in the club music video, I'm gonna be 50 Cent. This is really showing how old I am. Half the people in here are like, who? You know. What kind of plays you got for tomorrow? Saturday? I don't know, dude. All right, ExxonMobil at 110.40s, Apple at 145. So oil popping up again. ExxonMobil had better than expected results. Um, Exxon did better than expected for sales revenue, better than expected for EPS here. Here is Exxon's numbers in chat. All right, so here is the Exxon numbers, guys. Exxon numbers are out, and Exxon is flying up at 110.40s right now. 110.40s. Apple dipping down to 145s. Yeah, Kieran, you know. 50 cents accounted for inflation, no more like 55. Yeah, how good, Brandon? I'm just gonna messing with you, bro. Yeah, live, you know. Uh, can y'all hear the music? Amazon's done lovely here. What's up, Space? All right, cool. I kind of like this music, bro. I thought it was kind of good, man. Uh, hey, thank you, Dirty. Paul Wall, you want to see my grill? You know? No, probably not. Mike Jones. I actually met Mike Jones, bro. Um, I was working at the Marriott. You know, the airport Marriott is where I used to work in Houston. You know, I used to work at the airport Marriott. And I was working one night, and there was nobody there, bro. Nobody was there, and the receptionist girl comes up to me, and she's like, "Hey, look at that. Look who that is." And I couldn't really tell who it was at first because honestly, he had lost a lot of weight relative to what I remember Mike Jones looking like. And Mike Jones, and so sure enough, I'm like, "Is that Mike Jones?" And she's like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Look, what's his name in chat?" And it was like an Asian name that he had written down. And so he must have used like a stage name or something. And so sure enough, it was Mike Jones, man. Mike Jones was there, and I met him, and he was cool. His girl was there. So they came and sat down at the bar while I was bartending, and he ordered like a shot of Patron, and they tipped me a $20 bill just from the one shot of Patron and left. He was nice. He was cool. I would have gotten a picture, but I didn't want to be like, hey, you know, probably could have gotten fired from it. But yeah, I met Mike Jones. He was cool. All right, guys, we got 110.30s, 110.30s. Moving a little bit here. Yeah, for sure, Chris, 100%, man. Yeah, I mean, I've never been starstruck by people, really, bro. Like, I don't ever really get starstruck by anybody, man. You know, I've met a couple different celebrities. Specifically, I met Master P. He used to live at the Baton Rouge Country Club. One year, I went trick or treating there when I was like 12, because we kind of planned it out, to be honest. So we went trick or treating. We knocked on Master P's door, and he had like a bunch of girls there, and they were like partying in there. It's realistically what they were doing. They were like partying at his house, and they had a bunch of girls there. And me and my friend were like trick or treat, and they were not prepared for trick or treaters, bro. Like they didn't have any candy. But what he did do, he kind of felt bad that they didn't have candy. And so what he did was he went and grabbed me like a CD and like a T-shirt. He was like, "Here, bro," and I was like, "Oh, thank you." You know, I remember I called him Mr. P, and but he was cool, man. He could have just been like, y'all go out of here, get out of here. But instead, he actually gave me something. I can't remember what he gave us some stuff. He found something to give us, and kind of shoot us off. But he was nice. He was nice, man. Yeah. All right, guys. Are we gonna get a bounce back? Spy at 377.50. Let's see if we do. He should have gave you a milli. Honestly, with how much money Master P has now, he should have. Bonds are higher. Yeah, government's been selling bonds lately. It's been making people think that they might be doing something to interest rates. We'll see if they do. Um, Mm. All right, guys. So again, Exxon Mobil at 109.90s here. We got the SPY at 377.50s. Apple at 145s. So again, we'll see if we hold. Man, we're reading all this news about the Twitter stuff going on, man. It's kind of crazy. All right, guys. So XI just dumped under VWAP a little bit here. I might wait and add a little bit more to my Google trade because I do believe in Google long term, and so I might wait and sit on a little bit of my Google trade because I'm trying to hold it long term. But right now, the fills are just not going to be good enough in pre-market for me to really want to get involved with. My average right now on Google is about $92.40, and so with that, I'd like a little bit better average. Again, not investing, not an investment professional, not liable if you lose. Always make your own assessment, trade responsibly. Please don't copy me. I certainly don't want anybody to copy me. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Maybe Google just crashes down. Uh, All right, guys. So yeah, Google up there again. We got the dollar index moving up a little bit today, which has been influencing things. Here's the dollar index. Again, at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, the PCE deflator, the core PCE, is really the one that everybody's going to be watching and paying attention to. The reason this is relevant is because this is what the Fed uses to gauge inflation as well, and that's what they use to ultimately influence their rate hike decisions and stuff like that. So the PCE deflator, the PCE price index deflator, is an incredibly important release today. It does influence markets, and it will be very, very important for us to pay attention to. Yeah, I saw the sync thing. PC is zero point 0.5. We don't know. I like theoretically we're gonna get a neutral reaction to that. That is on par with expectations. It's kind of what people are expecting. And so if we come in at zero point 0.5, then that's what people are expecting, and ultimately we'll probably go back and forth sideways. As you can see here, the PCE is what the Fed uses to influence the rate hikes they do in the future. Expectations for an increase of 0.5% month over month, along with a year-over-year increase of 5.2%. Join us live at 8:30. We will be live streaming the whole thing as soon as it comes out. Chevron just dropped their earnings as well. So if we look at CVX here, which the symbol for Chevron is CVX. If we look at this, they did drop their earnings. They dropped EPS of 578. Or 556, beat 491 estimate, sales of 66.64, beat the 59 estimate. So oil and gas did better than expected, guys. That is influencing things. There's the numbers in chat for Chevron on the in the chat right now. SPY moving up, dollar index is dropping on good oil numbers. Shaq is huge, bro. He doesn't like to be called big though. If you see him on like Logan Paul's podcasts, anybody that like talks about his size, he usually gets kind of mad at. He's probably tired of it at this point in time, you know. All right, guys. Apple at 145.60s here. 145.60. SPY at 378s. Starting to bounce back a little bit. I'm getting about an hour and 20 minutes, hour and 11 minutes. Yeah, hour and 9 minutes. I'm sorry, until the numbers come out. All right, guys. So starting to bounce back a little bit at 377.80s, 377.80s. Apple at 141 or 145s. Dollar index at 110s. Yep. Hey, we bought that dip, Saucy. People knocked us for it, but we bought that dip and it worked out. You love to see it, man. I believe what people said. I believe somebody said when I bought the Amazon dip that buying it was, quote, irresponsible. Come on now, guys. You know? Remember, guys, PCE deflator is today, guys. PCE deflator. Y'all ready? Let's look at our polls here. Our polls, about 400 votes, bullish or bearish on today's PCE deflator reading. 43% are bullish, 57% are bearish here. So it'll be interesting. Apple up to 146, roughly 146, back over VWAP here. Hey, sometimes it hurts to be right, bro. I mean, listen, when you look this good, you know, I mean, sometimes, you know, what can I do? You know, dollar index falling down is at 110.80s. We have the SPY up to 377.80s. Google started to bounce back as well. Again, I would add some more to Google. Amazon's starting to rebound a little bit for me too. I would buy some more of Google right now, but I need the spread's going to be a little bit too much right now, so I got to wait for the opening bell to do that, I think. Hey, thank you too. SPY rebounding back up. Look at the SPY. It's at 278s here, guys. 278s on the SPY. Let me get my news source up here. Hold on. Chevron expects TCO production in November and CPC to include repairs in weeks or less. Charter Communications did drop earnings 738 EPS versus expectations of 823, revenue of 13.5 billion versus 13.67 billion estimates. So CHTR worse than expected results. We had Brazilian inflation come out as well at minus 0.97% versus minus 0.8% expected. Colgate drop numbers, third quarter EPS of 74-cent profit, beat the 73-cent estimate, revenue of 4.46 billion, worse than the 4.47 billion estimates. Organic sales are up 7%. Bank of China dropped third quarter results, net sales revenue of 53.2 billion, 4.8% year over year. The Russian Federation Central Bank key bank rate came in at 7.5 versus 7.5. Market's rebounding a little bit short term, though. You love to see it. I mean, again, with Google, nice rebound. Amazon's bouncing back with it. So, hey, let's see it continue. Market started to bounce back nicely, though. 378's right now on the SPY here. Let's look at a 1 minute chart. So, again, the previous closing price is right at about 380, 379.90s. So, right around 380. Dollar index is falling down, which is precisely what we want to see here. Let me see if we got any other big earnings coming out at 8:30 or at 7:30 market time. So, in terms of earnings today, we got Chevron. We got JKS dropping earnings. Next Era. Like I said, we got a company. This is how we got a company called Next Era. Next, capital ERA. And then we also have another company called Nextera. Nextera. It's spelled exactly the same. They're both Nextera Energy. But one of them is NEXT space ERA. The other one is NEXTERA. Like I said, original folks over there in the energy sector. We also have DaVita, Colgate, AbbVie dropping earnings. So we'll see how those impact markets. But markets are rebounding big. Dollar index is falling down nicely here. And again, it'll be interesting to see what we get for the PCE deflator. Again, PCE deflator is a very, very important gauge on what happens here. So the PCE deflator is very, very relevant, very, very important in terms of like what inflation is looking like in our country. It's what the Fed uses to gauge it, specifically core PCE numbers. Expectations for core PCE numbers are 0.5% is what they're expecting month over month, and 5.2% year over year. If we put in higher than this, market's going to fall. If we put in lower than this, market's going to rip. Personal income drops today, personal spending. Hey, what's up, Kryptonite? No, I don't use Bookmap. We're going to rally hard if these tech stocks rebound. Many other stocks been beating earnings. Huge pop up on the SPY here. All right, guys. So, yeah, we're starting to rebound nicely. Dollar index is falling. Apple moving up. SPY moving up a little bit. We did have Chevron, Exxon earnings drop today. Both of them came in better than expected here. You can see Chevron and then Exxon both moving up nicely in pre-market. SPY all the way back up to 378, but we're kind of, sideways neutral action. All right, so according to Wall Street Journal's Tamaris, the PCE price index, and this is quoting here, PCE price index, the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, is expected to be on the high side. It's the employment cost index, a high fidelity measure of wages that's likely to receive a lot more attention inside the Fed. I mean, this is basically what we've been saying. I haven't been saying it's going to be higher, but this is, this just dropped at 630. Now, look, we'll put this number up on chat. And let me know what you guys think about this. Look at this. Yeah, it's a Bob. Yep, 1 hour, guys and girls. Bro, Houston ain't losing, man. Like, y'all can't truly think the Phillies are going to beat Houston, bro. You know what I mean? Like, the Phillies are just objectively a worse team, Yeah, but if Doge is doubling and it's only at 8 cents, it's still not doing great. Yeah, the Elon effect for sure. Yeah, you can't really think that the Phillies are going to win this World Series. I mean, Bryce Harper's good and all, but, like, I think when you look at it honestly, everybody kind of knows the Astros are about to win. All right, is this a scammer? Oh, no. All right, guys. So, again, we're getting a dip after this news dropped. Again, NextEra Energy dropped third quarter results. Came in at 85-cent profit. Beat the 80-cent estimates for revenue of $6.72 billion. Beat the $5.76 billion estimates. So, again, NextEra, which is NEE, did better than expected here. All right, guys. So again, let's watch 378 is kind of a previous level that I think might be interesting to pay attention to. We do have some previous tops up here and up here. So like maybe, we bounce here and we go up and continue like that. Hopefully that's what we get. Maybe not though. Again, we are dropping. This latest drop right here is mostly, from this article that we put out on screen. Like this is causing this right here, So, this, is causing this, you know what I mean? So we'll see if this ends up, really influencing markets. Yeah, we got Jordan, we got Bregman, we got just a lot of really good batters, man. Uh, Philly really has Harper and a few other decent ones, but again, we're just the better team. And over if it was a 3 game series or something like that, I think they might have a larger chance. But there's no chance, you know. Well, Bear, they did, Mike. Like this would like people got to understand this. Like again, people criticize my Amazon dip buy, right? But again, the guidance numbers weren't that far off. And it honestly, the fact that we dropped this much, we dropped that much just from like mixed results. We had good EPS. We had better than expected profitability for Amazon, worse than expected sales revenue, and then a slightly lower guidance, only by a couple percent. And we dropped 20% here. Like that's kind of out there, bro. Like that's again for me personally, I was just kind of like, okay, well, look, I'm buying this dip. Because that was an overreaction. And sure enough, what did we get immediately following this? We got an immediate big bounce back, which is kind of what we wanted here. We got this huge bounce back. We're sitting in this now, and so again, we are sitting in Amazon right now. Made a bunch of money from it in just a day, and this has been a strategy that I've been using in the market over and over again. Every time I do it, people criticize me for it, and every time I do it, almost every time I make money. Yeah, I'm from Louisiana, but basically everybody from Louisiana is Astros fans. That's the only team we got, bro. That's the only team we got, man. Plus, I live in Houston. Bro, I need some like non-caffeinated coffee or something, bro, because like I'm just not loving life right now. What do you guys think is gonna happen? Yeah, 8:30, guys. 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, go Tigers. 8:30, guys. Hey, nice, Eric. I don't think Meta's gonna have a pop, but he sent to him. Wall Stream doesn't like him. Well, bro, Kramer damn near cried yesterday on video. If y'all didn't see the video, go to my Twitter page. It's at Beginner Trades, and look at the video I posted. Scroll down a little bit. Here's the link in chat. Go to my Twitter page, scroll down a little bit, and watch the video of Kramer on CNBC. He damn near cried, bro. He was crying to a certain extent, kind of. I kind of feel bad for him. I really do, man. I feel bad for Kramer. He felt bad, bro. He apologized to everybody about being wrong on Meta and just kind of, his voice was cracking a little bit. Like I felt bad for Kramer, man. Y'all again, go follow me and scroll down. You'll see it. Um, but man, I feel bad for Kramer, my guy. Again, I've been pretty critical of Kramer to be honest, and rightfully so. I mean, Kramer's critical of everybody else. And so, I mean, if you dish it out, you got to be ready to take it if you're Kramer. If you're over there talking smack about the ape community and AMC and GameStop traders and Bed Bath and Beyond traders and making fun of people for losing money and all this stuff, you better be right, bro, because when you're not, it's kind of what's going to happen. And so it's a blow to Kramer's credibility is what this is. I'm just gonna take another little bitty amount of shares off here. Yeah, we just took another little piece of Amazon off, just to lock in even more profit since we're up so much already. Again, our entry on Amazon is about $92, 91 something. Hey, thank you, Shannon. What's gonna happen with Twitter investors? Well, you're gonna get bought out. Is what's gonna happen. Like they're gonna pay you however much your shares are worth at the current price, at the buyout price. That's what happens. We're gonna do a poll on Twitter. Do you think? Yeah, we're gonna do a tweet poll on Twitter, and the poll is gonna be: do you think Elon buying Twitter. I'm curious to see people's take on this. Good, bad, and neutral will be our options. And the poll is going to be, we're going to run this poll for 5 days, 4 days. And the poll is going to say, do you think Elon Musk buying Twitter is good? Is a good or bad thing? Or good or bad for the company? You capitalize Twitter. Okay, got you. Yeah, it's a proper noun, but I know. There we go. That's all right. All right, guys. So we got our poll on Twitter here. We got our poll on Twitter. Again, vote on the poll. Do you think Elon Musk is buying Twitter is a good or bad thing? We got the poll live. Let me know what you guys think. We did do our poll here. Again, I'm genuinely curious to see people's take. Vote on the poll. It's right here. Apple flushing down. Yeah, let's take a look at it. So market bouncing a little bit at that 378 level. So again, you can see here, we drew this 378 level. And look at where we bounced. We draw these levels for a reason here. You know, we really do. Like, we draw these levels for a reason because it just makes sense to pay attention to them. Put our Discord up. Yeah, my Google trade started to come back. It looks solid here, man. Hey, that's cool. Who is that? Oh, that's old girl. Oh, was that Mary Kate? Or no, is that? That's not Topanga, is it? I don't know who. Oh, that's the older sister from Full House, right? Can't remember her name. But that's cool. What's up, Juan? Yeah, I know Topanga's in Boy Meets World, bro. I was talking about Pawn. Candace Cameron. Okay, gotcha. Where can I find the Kramer video? Go to my Twitter and scroll down. All right, so far we asked people, do you think Elon buying Twitter is good or bad for the company? I have no sides in this. Genuinely curious about people's take, and 78% are saying good, 5.5% are saying bad, and about 17% are neutral here. Yeah, let me know what you guys think. No, but yeah, you go to my Twitter. It's at Beginner Trades. Give me a follow, of course, and then scroll down. You'll see it. Hey, that's cool, man. No, Topanga's still alive, bro. Dude, I would have heard if Topanga passed away, bro. Yeah, she's still alive. All right, 109.80s. SPY at 378s. Amazon still consolidating right over VWAP here at about 97.35s. Google's doing noticeably better. Amazon's still pumping up. So AbbVie dropped their numbers. They dropped 366 EPS over 357 expectations. Revenue of 14.81 billion over 14.91 billion expectations. So AbbVie posted mixed results, better than expected EPS, worse than expected sales revenue. People bringing up the cheating from 5 years ago, or people that are harping on that are just like stuck in the past, man. Again, like baseball is a game of corked bats and sticky stuff to find an edge. Baseball players are just mad they lost. Like that's all it really is. Like again, like finding an edge any way you can is part of baseball. It's 100% part of baseball. Baseball is a game of finding an edge any way you can, yelling at blue and umps if you need to, charging the mound if you want to. Like that is baseball. People are like people who are super critical over the Astros are just mad their team lost or hasn't won a World Series is all it really is. They're mad we're winning still. Again, Yankees are just trying to blame their losses on, us when it really wasn't our fault the Yankees lost. The Yankees lost because they were one dimensional. They had Judge, and that's about it. Donaldson's been slacking. Um, you know, Rizzo's doing okay, but point is, Yankees were just one dimensional, man. They just weren't that good. Phillies are okay. Phillies are the problem with the Phillies, or the problem with the Yankees is that they just weren't clutch, man. They weren't clutch. Anytime it mattered, they might have been a good team, won a lot, but anytime it really mattered, they lost, right? So they just didn't clutch up, man. One of the good things, as much as I talk smack about the Phillies, one of the good things about the Phillies is that they clutch up, man. When it's time to really perform, they do it. They get it done when they need to. And I think that's a better skill set to have than just overall talent, I think, is being able to clutch up like that. Market rebounding here. Again, we drew this 378 level. And again, I'm not going to say I was right about this, but I was definitely right about this level here. Look at that level. We called that bounce directly off of that previous high of the day. Why did we draw this level? Because number one, it's a whole dollar level. You can see 378 right there. It's a whole dollar level that we pay attention to. Number two was a previous high of the day that had been confirmed numerous times here and here, right? And so whenever we have a whole dollar level, people are paying attention to it. And then when we have multiple confirmations at this spot, you can see here what happens is traders respect it. Technical trading is all psychological, right? And so you're really trying to guess what other traders see, right? You're trying to find the most obvious levels here. And one of the most obvious levels was 378. You could actually see we bounced directly off of it twice here after we called it out, and markets rip it up. So, again, that's how you find pullback levels, is exactly how you find pullback levels. Markets rebounding really, really nicely here. Google bouncing back for me too. That's great. You love to see it. Google bouncing back. We're also in Ford, by the way, but Ford is not really treating me that good today. I mean, we're green in Ford. And we're going to give Ford time. But we bought the dip. We got 25 shares of Ford. We'll see what happens here. Market's bouncing back nicely, though. Yeah. 8:30 Eastern Standard Time is when they come out. Yeah, about 40 minutes. 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, American time. Yeah, not a bad move. Amazon popping up nicely here. You love to see it. Bro, you think I could just I got the stress test today. You think I could drink a little bit of caffeine? This sucks. I need some caffeine, bro. All right, guys. SPY rip it up is at 378.40s here. 378.40s. Beautiful bounce at 378s. Google bouncing back as well. Again, we bought the Google dip. We're pretty close to break even now. Amazon, we're sitting nice in that one too. Yeah. No, don't do it. Yeah, I know. I get it. I'm not. Hey, Jazz Boy, you don't have some other music in the background? Does this sound like jazz to you, sir? You know? Yeah, I think 95 will be fine for Google. You know, it might take a little bit of time, but, you know. Oil companies are already doing pretty well. What's up, Jasmine? How and when do you decide? How and when do you decide which ticker you're buying each morning? Look for huge dips in AM versus previous close. What I usually do is I look for I call it objective value. What it really is I look for big overreactions and big discrepancies. Right. So Apple earnings yesterday, we ripped up. Amazon earnings yesterday, they were mixed results. We had good EPS, so profitability was higher than expected for Amazon. We actually had lower, though, sales revenue and lower guidance numbers, only by a couple percent, and we dropped 20%. That's a pretty big discrepancy in terms of like what the earnings actually were and the stock market's reaction to those earnings. Now, if this was a penny stock, I still wouldn't buy it. But if it's Amazon and it's obviously a healthy long-term company, and we dropped 20% as an overreaction, I buy that. You know, I buy that dip and I sit. And, you know, again, my entry right now for Amazon is 91 somethings to $92 right now. I cut a little bit, but that made my average 92 now. But that's how I trade. You know, again, we did it with Google as well. We're sitting at Google. We bought the dip. Again, maybe we continue down. It's all going to be relative to what we show for these numbers. But ultimately, I wait for large overreactions in markets, and then I buy the dip and I sell pretty quick. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm just playing lo-fi hip hop right now. I just have it on the lo-fi hip hop playlist. And again, market dipping down a little bit, but in a nice little sideways range, and we'll see if we can break out of that range. All right, guys, still getting some movements up in the markets. Amazon on the left, Exxon Mobil, Chevron numbers are on the right. SPY in the middle here, and again, if we zoom out, slightly down pre-market activity here. Here's a 20-day chart, so we're slightly green over the last 20 days. Um, you know, so slightly green over the last 20. Been buying dips, and it's been working beautifully. All right, guys. So again, kind of sitting back, waiting for something to happen. We got Amazon pulling back. Nothing really dropping here. And again, this next release, the PCE deflator release, is an incredibly important release, right? This is what the Fed uses to influence their rate hike decisions. So this is an incredibly important release. Amazon pulling back some now to VWAP. Let's see if we actually hold VWAP. Again, you guys saw me take a little bit off of Amazon on this right around $98 when I took a little bit more off. So we're holding less than 25% of our initial position in Amazon. And so with that, we'll see what we get. SPY pop it up a little bit. Amazon at 97s, 8:30, guys. If they rate hike, does that mean financial markets like stocks go down? Well, they're going to rate hike. It's to what degree? Again, I always try to. People might hear me say this a lot, and I always try to tell people. I try to give a full explanation on kind of like how the Fed works and all that good stuff. Okay, so again, I'm going to tell you how everything works here. I'm going to tell you guys how everything works here. So again, the Fed raises or lowers rates. What they're really talking about is interest rates, right? They're raising or lowering interest rates, and that's relative to the current inflation that we have in the country. If inflation is high, then they raise interest rates more aggressively. The reasoning for that is because as they raise rates aggressively, people spend less, and when people spend less, prices drop in order to compensate for that. Okay, and so when we have times of really bad inflation, the Fed aggressively raises rates in order to combat that, right? And that on the opposing side, if we don't have bad inflation, the Fed could lower rates, or at least just not raise rates as aggressively. And so in that regard, what happens is like the more aggressive the rate hikes are from the Fed, and the next Fed rate hike decision is going to be next Wednesday, the more aggressive those rate hikes are, the more short-term pain it causes in markets. Because again, rate hikes essentially means that they want people to spend less. And when people spend less, stocks tend to do worse. And so it causes more short-term pain in stocks the more aggressive the rate hikes are going to be. But it's all relative to expectations, So if they're expecting 75 basis points and we do 100, which is more aggressive, of course, then markets are probably going to tank dramatically. They're going to drop dramatically. Now, if we come in less, which is a possibility, I think this time, I don't know if we're going to do 50 basis points, but if we come in, 75 to 50 basis points, the markets might fly up. The reason for that is because it was as expected or a little bit better than expected, less aggressive than expected. Now, it's a balancing act. Again, the more aggressive the rate hikes, the more short-term pain, but ultimately, the more it's going to combat inflation long-term. So again, that's the kind of nuance behind it. We also have CPI reports, which are just inflationary gauges here. It stands for Consumer Price Index. Those are going to be influential over the Fed rate hikes. But what's the most influential is today's PCE deflator price index. That is what the Fed actually uses here. If you look at this, the PCE index is actually what the Fed uses to influence their rate hikes that they do. And so again, we'll see what we get. Expectations are an increase for today's PCE of 0.5% month over month and 5.2% year over year. And again, we are going to cover it live as soon as it happens. But the PCE price index is very important. It measures the changes in the price of goods and services purchased by consumers for the purpose of consumption, excluding food and energy for core. So core PCE is what they really use the most. There's going to be PCE and then there's going to be core. Core PCE is the most relevant one. It's what the Fed looks at. So a very important release today. Again, we got core PCE numbers coming out at 8:30 in about 30 minutes. It will be important to pay attention to. It will be relevant. Hopefully we get some good numbers. Hopefully we get better than expected numbers, lower than expected numbers. But ultimately, let me know what you guys think here. The knee is good, brother. The knee is good. I appreciate it. Yeah, positive GDP growth. We grew by 0.2% GDP relative to expectations. We did 0.2% better, relative to expectations. Markets falling down a little bit short term here. We do have the Fed thing going on. Hey, what's up, VWAP? Do you think being long on swing trades affects your day trading to a long bias? No, not at all. Not at all. It actually kind of helps me short a little bit because it's kind of like a hedge when it happens. But yeah, I actually prefer shorting far more in day trading than going long. Shorting is noticeably easier for me to make money in day trading than going long is. I'm just more biased on the short side in terms of day trading, and so it's actually switched. Swing trading, I'm more long biased. Day trading, I'm certainly more short biased, and I would certainly rather see markets break down and capitalize on that in day trading. But it works out pretty well because it's one of those things where if we have a big red day, my swing trades might be hurting, but a lot of the time I'm compensating for it and hedging that with my day trades. And vice versa, on days where we're going long, sometimes I'm making money on the long side day trading as well, of course. But we also, are making money swing trading as well, so it works out. All right, looking at the Elon poll here, 82% roughly think good, 6.1% think bad, and 12.1% think neutral. Stealing signs and then telling the batter is kind of cheating, bro. If it happened to them, you'd be upset about it. I probably would. I might be upset that year, but I'm not gonna be. I'm not gonna be whining about it 5 years from now. You know what I mean? That's the reality of it. Less consumer not necessarily means lower inflation. Companies are greedy, and for now, the lower consuming the prices, the higher the prices, companies are increasing prices with consumer spending. Yeah, I mean, I know earnings are certainly affecting inflation and how they're interpreting it, but we'll see. Hey, nice, Kieran. Yeah, all good. There's been a dead cat bounce in GDP before every big crash. I believe if you look back on history, you'll see that this is the bounce before the crash. Hopefully, we bounce back in the future years. Yeah, but I think people have to also understand that, like, that crashes are very difficult to predict, and this isn't. This is different than 2008. You know what I mean? And so we might get a crash. We might not, though. They're very difficult to predict. And I think trying to bet all your money on a crash happening, I think people watch the Big Short, and they want to emulate that. But I think that's very difficult to do. And, I think the reason we might crash this time is much different than the reason we might crash next time. Everybody wants to be Michael Burry, but very few people actually are. You know what I mean? And so don't put all your eggs in the crash basket because, again, you're trading against what everybody's trying to make happen. Like, nobody wants the market to crash. The Fed does it. Like, nobody does, except for shorts, I guess. So it's just be careful, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Market started to bounce up a little bit here. ExxonMobil on the right at around 110s. Amazon starting to dip down. Luckily, I took that profit. All right, guys, we got about 25 minutes. Well, we had better than expected GDP, higher than expected GDP, as well as an increase from last time. I think last GDP was the first time we've actually had GDP growth this year. So, I mean, yeah, every team tries to steal sides when they're in running positions, 100%. Yeah, yeah, I kind of want to, bro. I kind of just want to take one sip. Like, if I have one sip, I think I'd feel better. You know. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel as well, SJ. Like, we're just we have high inflation because of shipping and import export problems and stuff like that. But it's certainly not like the big mortgage crisis we had in 2008. It's just not the same thing, you know. All right, so the next level here to see if we get a bounce is right here. Let's see if we get a bounce level right there. So we're pulling back to the VWAP. Let's see if we bounce off of it like that. That's kind of what I'm trying to see here for the market. Google actually moving up nicely here as well. Looks like me taking that profit on Amazon was the right move. I only got a very small piece left though. And we might actually just cut the rest of Amazon here. So yeah, we just got out of Amazon. We're going to take our profit and run. Very happy with the profit. Again, we rode it from like 91 or 92 all the way up to about 97s, 98s. We got out the rest, which was a very small end piece right there. Just to get manage risk a little bit. All right, I'm gonna have people yell at me for the Christmas music. Yeah, ice cream truck. Yeah, we're talking about PCE. Yes, we're going to be talking about PCE today. So again, the Fed uses the core PCE numbers to influence markets. German CPI prelim data came in at 0.9% versus 0.6% expected. Again, that just dropped at 7 o'clock. German CPI year over year came in at 10.4% versus 10.1% expected. So yeah, we did have German CPI come out worse than expected, higher than expected. How much profit did I make in Amazon? A couple $100. It comes out at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time GP. So again, the numbers come out in about 22 minutes, give or take 22 minutes. 22 minutes. So again, we'll see if we get something good. Again, we're at 377.80s. Market dipping down a little bit again. German CPI came out. It's influencing everything. We do have PCE numbers coming out at 8:30. Expected PCE is 0.5% month over month. I believe it is 5.2% year over year. Employment cost index is expected to come in at 1.2%. We'll see how that moves stuff too. All right, you guys ready for PCE? What are your predictions, guys? Looking at the chat here. We got over 700 votes. We asked people if they're bullish or bearish on today's PCE numbers. 56% are bearish, 44% are bullish. Again, what do you guys think? Again, bearish or bullish, guys. Look at our Twitter poll. We did a few different polls today, specifically on PCE. We asked people about PCE. We said, hey, long or short on the PCE release on Twitter. 52% said short, 48% said long. We also asked people, do you think Elon buying Twitter is good or bad for the company? I said, I have no sides in this because I really don't. I have no sides in Twitter purchase, good or bad. Genuinely curious about people's take. And 79% of people thought it was good. 8 to 9% thought it was bad. And about 12% said neutral. All right, guys, getting a little bit of a bounce here. A little bit of a pop here at the volume weighted average price, kind of like we talked about, a little bit lower than we talked about, but we're back up to 377.80s here. 377.80s. Remember, guys, the PCE deflator drops in 20 minutes exactly here. Y'all be ready. Remember, this could influence markets heavily. This is actually the core PCE index is what the Fed uses to make moves in terms of their rate hike decisions. And so with that, y'all be careful. It could wildly influence stocks, at least on a short term, cause some big movements and big reactions at 8:30. And again, we're going to drop it right here as soon as it comes out. So y'all be ready, as we always do, of course. PCE and CPI are a little bit different in terms of how they do it. CPI is Consumer Price Index. If we look at the actual textbook definition of PCE, which is going to do a better job explaining it than I do, PCE is core personal consumption expenditure. So like the big difference is that PCE looks at like the reason for it, which is consumption, as opposed to bye buddy. Hey dude, love you, man.
Goodbye.
Have a good day at school, buddy.
Okay. Love you. Bye.
Love you, buddy. All right, have a good day. Love you.
Love you.
Y'all have a good day at school. Love you guys. Here, just sorry. Fix the door fund. All right, kids going to school. It's dark outside today, man. Oh wait, doesn't the time change sometime soon? Because it's 7+ a.m. here in Texas and it's still dark. $7:30 today is when the sun rises today. 7:30. Wow. Yeah, it's still kind of dark. So again, we might buy this little dip on the SPY here. If we can hurry up. Now we're gonna buy this dip, 15 shares, 30 shares, 45 shares, 60 shares. We bought this little dip with 60 shares in the market. That's correct. PCE lower is better. Higher is worse. So yeah, PCE measures personal. It's for the purpose. It measures prices, the changes in prices specifically for consumers' personal consumption, excluding food and energy is core. So anytime you hear core, it's excluding food or energy. But CPE measures personal consumption prices. For the PCE, so it's similar to CPI, but this one is actually weighted according to the total expenditure per item. So it measures the price change from the perspective of the consumer. And again, it is what the Fed uses a lot in determining their interest rate hikes. Higher than expected reading is generally going to be worse. Lower is going to be better. And let's see what we get. So yeah, like PCE essentially measures like the changes in the cost of living for households. But it's also price weighted. And so it's going to be a little bit more accurate than CPI. And that's why the Fed uses it. And so it basically uses the biggest expenditures, like, gas is going to be more relevant than tomato prices, right? So it's going to weigh down the more relevant ones. Now, of course, core doesn't take into consideration gas or energy, but remember, it's measuring increases or decreasing in inflation. Very important. Interesting, you bought the SPY before PCE. Well, this is a short-term day trade right now in pre-market. So I bought 60 shares of the SPY. I am going to cut it before PCE drops 100%. I'm just seeing if we can get a little pop and a bounce here at the VWAP. And if we don't, I'm just going to cut it, and that's okay. We're just taking a little short-term little play trade here. All right, so North Sea 40s crude oil stream is to load 11 cargoes in December, according to a trade source. Do you ever reverse or just cut the trade? I'll take the opposing side sometimes. It just depends on what happens. Just a preference of mine, Larry. I mean, I have glasses I should probably be wearing. So yeah, we can throw our glasses on. We should probably be wearing these anyway. Has the price of anything gone down instead of up? Tulips. Market dumps if numbers are higher. Yes. All right, guys, we got 15 minutes. 15 minutes. We're in the spy here. Again, we still got 15 minutes. I'm trying to see if we get a little pop-up here. We get a pop-up here, I'll cut it. The UK's Aldi store says it's raising pay rates for 28,000 store colleagues from its February 1st numbers. All right, nice little pop. All right, we just took half off, got 30 shares left. We'll let the rest ride up if it continues to go in our favor. The PCE numbers, we'll cover them as soon as they come out, like literally immediately once they drop here. Like as soon as they come out, we'll cover them. So don't worry, we're gonna drop them as soon as they come out. Market's flying back up. Looks like that dip buy was the right move. Take a little bit more off here if it'll fill us. I ended up cutting it. Got 15 shares left. And guys, 12 minutes, guys. 12 minutes before the actual data comes out. We're gonna cover them as soon as it drops, literally within 10 seconds. Probably less than that, to be honest. So within 10 seconds or less, we're gonna give you guys the data. We're gonna watch the stock market reaction to it. And we'll get out here and just kind of sit. I want to get flat before the numbers come out. They drop in 11 minutes here, team. Again, 11 minutes, guys. Google bouncing up a little bit. We cut Amazon this morning, made a couple hundred on that one. So again, expectational numbers you can see at the bottom of the screen for month-over-month expectations for PCE. They're expecting 0.5% month-over-month. Year-over-year expectations are for 5.2%. Anything higher than those, and the market's probably going to drop. Anything lower than those, and the market's probably going to bounce. Again, y'all be ready. Yeah. How much money I put in is irrelevant. The Amazon trade, I don't know. We might have bought. Let me see. It's not like I'm risking everything I put in. Amazon's not going to go to zero. I mean, and if that's how you're calculating it, you're calculating it wrong. Let's see. I bought 15 to 20 shares of Amazon, and so we bought $1,400, maybe $1,400. So we made big percentages. We bought 15 to 20%. Or we bought 50. We probably bought. We maybe bought 20 shares actually. I can't remember how many we bought total. But yeah, we bought. Roughly spent $2,000. Making roughly 5 to 10% on that trade overnight. So yeah, it was a pretty good risk reward ratio there relative to the risk we were taking, which was very small. So I'm showing expectational forecasts for PCE are 5.5% month over month, 5.2% year over year. Oh no, all good, A. Yeah, all good, bro. Yeah, no, we get a lot of people here. Like, I take any trade, and they're like, "Oh, you spent so much money on that trade." It's like in day trading, you just don't calculate it that way. You calculate it by your risk, not by how much you're putting into the trade, because the spy's not going to go to zero, Google's not going to go to zero, Amazon's not going to go to zero. And so instead of calculating it by the total amount you're using in that trade, which is your equity, you got to calculate it by like the risk parameters that you give yourself. All right, guys, 8 minutes here. 8 minutes, team. We are going to put it in sub-only mode. So if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Sub-only mode is live now. Everybody that's here, announce yourself. Show us that you're subscribed. We certainly appreciate you all. Appreciate the love and support, of course. Help me hit 90,000 subscribers today. We're pretty close. We need like 250 subs, give or take. And I think we can hit that. We got almost 1,000 people here right now. I know some of you guys haven't subscribed, and listen, everything we put out there is free. And so we don't sell a course. We don't sell a service. We don't claim to be an expert. I don't act like a guru. I try to just create a free resource and community. Like, that's my vision for this stream and channel. It's just giving people a free place to look at stuff and find the data for free. And if you guys watch the stream, you can ask anybody here. We cover all the major economic data. We cover PCE, GDP. We covered yesterday. We streamed Apple and Amazon earnings releases. We cover the earnings calls for the big ones. We'll cover the Fed rate hike decision as well as the press conference, and you'll be able to watch all of that right here on this stream for free. And so if you haven't already, subscribe. Do it now. Just try it one time, see how it feels. It might feel good. Subscribe right now, guys. Just try it, All right, guys, so market is bouncing at that 378 level. Maybe I should have held on to a little bit of my spot trade, but hey, it's all good. Yeah, it's going to affect crypto some. Hey, thank you all. I see everybody hitting that subscribe button. Thank you, guys. What's up, Philippe, Angelica, Ricky, Break, Undeclared, Ali B, my guy, Johnny, Zaidi, Murphy, Paul, Carlos, Nicholas, Abdul, Walter, Santiago, Sean, Prime, Tron, Sir Sticky, Triv, Constantine, Dustin, Scott, Courtney, Eric, Marco, Ned, or Nenad, Eric, Dustin, Peter, Bob, Wilfred, Larry. Appreciate the love, guys. Truly appreciate it. Eddie, Matthew. It's been difficult for me to even find a strategy to practice. No one really gives their strategies away besides you. Is this normal? How long should it take me? It's been 2 days. I mean, you can find strategies. It depends on what you're trying to do, man. If you're trying to day trade, you're going to have to spend a long time developing a system. Investing's a little bit easier, but it depends on what you're trying to do. Hey, thank you, Mario. I appreciate you, brother. Conrad, Make It Rain, Incal, Corey, Thomas, Armando, Kieran, Prince, John, Casper. What's up, team? Man, it's hard to say hey to everybody, guys. Man, we got so many people supportive here. Hey, thank you guys so much. What do you guys think is going to happen? Again, PCE deflator drops in 6 minutes, guys. 6 minutes. Again, if you don't know what the PCE deflator is, it measures inflation. It's price change to inflationary data. It's what the Fed uses to judge inflation. Higher is worse. Higher is more inflation. Lesser is better. Lesser is less inflation. It'll be impactful over markets. The Fed is raising, or the Fed is going to do their rate hike decision next Wednesday. And so this might be relevant to that. But yeah, the Fed is going to do their rate hike decision on Wednesday of next week. The Fed raises rates in order to combat inflation. And so if inflation is really bad, the Fed might be more aggressive in raising rates because they raise rates to discourage spending, because when interest rates are higher, people spend less. When people spend less, prices drop. And so that's the reason the Fed raises rates. The rate hike decision is Wednesday at 2 p.m. They're going to announce the rate hike decision, and then at 2:30 p.m., they are going to do the press conference for it. And so with that, it should be a fun day. Today, it's going to be an influential day. This is kind of what the Fed uses to determine how much they want to raise or lower rates. If inflation's really bad, they raise rates aggressively. Jerome Powell has said that they're expecting 75 basis points, basically 150 basis points for the rest of this year. And there's 2 Fed meetings. The Fed meetings where they announce rate hikes happen every 6 weeks. Next one is November 2nd. The one after that will be mid to late December. And so, yeah, guys, we'll see what we get. Let me know what you guys think. Market needs to cool either way unless the Fed desk and central banks want to keep the squeeze on and try to help. Yeah, it is an election year. I mean, we'll see. Hey, John, do you just trade support and resistance, keeping it simple? No, I mean, I trade I trade support and resistance, volume weighted average price, trends, and candlestick movements. So a little bit of mix of everything. Yeah, let's look at the dollar index here. We're going to look at that instead of anything else. We're going to put the dollar index and the SPY up while this data comes out. So here's the SPY on the right, starting to dip down a little bit. Red on the day so far. You can see dollar index is on the left here, so it is moving up. And again, there's an inverse correlation here because when the dollar index moves up, the market drops. Usually, there's about a 60 to 70% correlation there. So the rate act decision is November 2nd. So it's going to be Wednesday of next week. Eyes are still twitching a little bit. My heart's okay, though. That's good, you know. All right, guys, 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes, really about 2.5 minutes. Dollar index is pumping up. It's almost to 111s now. It's at 110.90. 110.90 for the dollar index here. Yeah, for sure. All right, guys, dollar index is pumping up. It's at 110.90s here. SPY at 377.50s. Hey, thank you, Eric. I appreciate it, man. I got a banana. Maybe I can go eat a banana if I need potassium. Again, let me know what you guys think. Shout out to all the Twitter followers, too, man. We got a bunch of new Twitter followers as well. I remember PCE data coming out today. Everything kind of moving up ahead of time here. We got about a minute and a half, guys. A minute and a half. Again, we are in sub-only mode, so if you want to chat, you got to subscribe. We appreciate the love. All right, guys. Again, PCE deflator drops. Less than a minute, guys. Less than a minute. Y'all be ready. Again, we're going to cover this as soon as it comes out. As soon as it drops, we're going to cover it. We're prepping it now. Getting ready for it. It is Friday. 40 seconds. It's Friday. We ain't got no job, and all we have to do is watch PCE today. 30 seconds, guys. 30 seconds. Now remember, core PCE is going to be the relevant one. Expectational numbers are 0.5% month over month, 5.2% year over year. Higher is worse. 20 seconds, 20 seconds. Dollar index is falling down short term. Here's the SPY. I'm going to clear out a lot of these support and resistance levels and just watch the pure price action on the SPY from this. There's the SPY at 377.50s. And here we go. 5 seconds. And here's the drop right now. Canadian GDP employment benefits came in at 1%. Canadian GDP came in at 0.1 versus 0.1% expected. No CPE or no PCE numbers yet. PCE numbers haven't reflected yet. There we go, 0.5%, on par with expectations. Core PCE actually came in a little bit lower than expected. Core PCE year over year came in at 5.1% versus 5.2% expected. Core PCE came in a little bit lower than expected. Again, 5.1% versus 5.2% expected. That was the most relevant one. And basic core PCE came in at 0.5% versus 0.5% expected. So on par with expectations and then a little bit better than expectational numbers here. We're going to put the numbers in chat. Again, came in a slightly better year over year than expected. 5.1% versus 5.2% expected. Lower than expected year over year. Neutral month over month. And so, again, we'll put these numbers on screen. Better than expected numbers here. And you can see the market flying up right now. The market is flying up right now. Basic core regular PCE came in at 6.2%, which is, again, the same it was last time. Here's the data on screen. Noticeably better than expected. The market is flying up. This is great for my swing trades here. We are now green in Google as well. Ford is now green. We're green and Ford in Google right now too. So you love to see it. Market flying up here again. Better than expected numbers on this. Better than expected numbers. PCE came in at 0.3 month over month. Core PCE was the big one though. It came in at 5. It came in at 5.1% on the year versus 5.2% expected. Beautiful numbers here, better than expected. Break even month over month, better on the year for core CPI or core PCE numbers. Yeah, market popped. Again, that dip buy, you know, we'll take it. Market's starting to dip a little bit now, though. Yeah, it's never relative to what it was last time though. Like these numbers come out, it doesn't have anything to do with what it was. I mean, like we can look at what they did last time, but what everybody's looking at is expectational numbers. Like how good or bad were they relative to expectations? It's always the most important metric. Same thing with earnings, right? Earnings, you can look at how they did last time, but we're really looking at what they expected versus what happened, right? And core PCE came in month over month exactly what they expected. And lower than last time. Previous month over month was 0.6% last time for core PCE month over month. This one was 0.5%, and then they expected 0.5%. So it was on par with expectations there. We also had year over year at 5.1%. They expected 5.2%. That was a little bit lower than last time, but month over month it was better. So, we'll see. Nothing happened really. I mean, the market flew up. Dollar index crashed down. Look at this. Market went all the way up to 370, 380 basically on the SPY. Had 250,000 plus shares of volume in pre-market for the SPY. We moved up pretty big. And thank you, Solstice. I appreciate it, man. It's not about like if you're talking about the rate hike decision, sure. I'm talking about today's reaction, man. Like again, I'm gonna ban you, Vlad. You're just kind of like crying about too much stuff. Like number one, you say, "Hey, we're gonna end red today because of this," right? And so then when I say, "Hey," well, like most of the time the market's looking at what the expectational numbers were. And what we actually got, then you say, oh, well, the Fed doesn't care about that. And you're just kind of disrespectful why we do it. So, like, cry about it, bro. Like, you're banned. Good day, sir. Market's moving up. Exactly what you said wouldn't, happen. So, cheers to you. Hey, what's up, Paulo? Hey, thank you, brother. Good morning, man. Yeah, we trade crypto as well. Google's popping up lovely here. So, we're in our Google dip buy. It's running up. It's at 92.7s. Yeah, like I'm not talking about what the Fed is doing, bro. I'm talking about what the market's doing today, man. The Fed can do whatever they want. We're not talking about Wednesday next week right now. We're talking about how the market's responding, and obviously the market's responding good. Our Google dip buy is looking lovely right now. I'm considering taking some profit. We're actually trying to go green on the day. I bought Google at 92.40s. Hey, thank you, brother. I appreciate you guys. I don't know about the Fed, Buller Bear. I think this might be an optimistic sign regarding what the Fed does next Wednesday. Yeah, the results are right here at the bottom of the screen. We came in better than expected on core PCE month over month, or year over year. I mean, worse than expected month over month. Hey, all good. AY, thank you, brother. Yeah, 100%. You've made it when you got people hating on you for every little thing you do. Hey, cheers to you guys. Honestly, it kind of motivates me to keep growing here, man. So shout out to them because it kind of helps. We'll take a little bit off on Google. We'll take 25 shares off of our Google trade just because we were up enough already on it. Lock in profit, and then we'll sit on the rest and let that work. Hey, thank you, Kenny, my guy. Thank you, brother. Thanks, brother. Which website do you follow, PCE? We look at a lot of different places, man. We look at Benzinga. We look at TD Ameritrade. I'm not hating, but it's still red. Yeah, I mean, listen, it depends on what you look at it from. Again, most of the time, the market short term is going to look at it in terms of what's expected. That's obviously what we're covering. Now, if we're talking about what the Fed looks at, yeah, they might be looking at the year over year increase or decrease, but they also might look at the increase or they might look at the decrease month over month that we had in inflation. So if you look at it month over month, we decreased month over month in terms of inflation, right? So we had the PCE price index month over month come in at 0.5% versus 0.5% expected. Last time was 0.6%, you know. And so in that regard, we actually came in a little bit better month over month. Now on the year we came in worse. Naturally, on the year we came in worse, but you got to understand the Fed rate hike decisions are going to be looking at recent action. They're going to be looking at the last couple months. Like that's what this is. It happens every 6 weeks. And so again, maybe this is an optimistic sign. Who knows? We'll see. Let me know what you guys think in chat. Red from where you entered. What do you mean? So I'm green in Google. I'm up on Google. My entry for Google right now is 91.80s. So I took profit right now. Here's my average price on Google. It's 91.80s. You can see it right here. Hey, thank you, Zord. My guy. Thank you, brother. Yeah, but I mean, Sim, listen, bro. I'll put it this way. If people are trying to argue the definition of a subjective term like pop or rip, so you're telling me y'all don't consider this a pop? Like, come on now. Like, look, love you all, but let's just not argue. I'm just gonna kind of move on from it. There's no reason to argue about it. Like if we're trying to argue, if people are mad about a subjective term like pop, whenever the market is green relative to when the numbers came out, like people are just trying to criticize. Either way, we're just going to move on from it. Ford is actually green as well. We're actually making money in Google also. Hey, nice K. Congrats, brother. Congrats, man. Yeah, but of course we're going to be talking about short-term movement. Yeah, it was a pop, but not a JP pop. Hey, cheers to you. Ford up to $13. We're green to that one as well. Our entry is about $12.50. We bought that dip yesterday. Yeah, I'm gonna put that up on screen because that's probably realistically what's going down. DXY moved up a little bit, moved down a little bit as well. Hey, my guy, thank you, Ali. I appreciate you, brother. Hey, thank you, Brant. Dollar index at 110.80s. Michael Clyde is reportedly seeking investors in his aim to combine his investment, or in his aim to combine his investment with Credit Suisse. Some sources are saying. So again, we'll see. Do y'all believe in Credit Suisse? Man, let's look at CS here. Y'all think CS is going to survive? Popping rips. Yeah, hey. Cheers to them, Dollar index is at 110.80s. Yeah, we'll try not to, Arthur, Like I said, it's easier said than done, you know what I mean? Credit Suisse hurting because consumer spent more money this month. Yeah, Google's actually doing okay. Luckily, we took that little piece off in Google. We're still green on it, though. We'll see if it continues. We did get flat on Amazon right before this release. Was that the right move? Looks like it. I mean, Amazon dipped down some. Meta will go over 100 today. Oof. I don't know, bro. I cut Meta a few days ago. So I cut Meta a few days ago. Meta at 98.90s. No, I don't really have a Telegram page, Credit Suisse is being bailed out. Yeah, we'll see. Amazon huge discount. Yeah, I still got to get that done. Here, yeah, I'm going to actually save that one. I'll try to make that an emoji. Yeah, I'm going to actually do that now. Pawn. Let me try. I wonder how fast it'll let me do it. I wonder if it'll let me use it right now. Let me see. Yeah, and like I said, either way, people could be right or wrong here. Just a simple request. Just be nice about it. Like, don't be disrespectful. You get disrespectful, I'm just gonna ban you. Because there's no reason to, you know. Anyways, let me see if I can add this emoji here. I'm trying to see where it would be. Where would the emoji section be? Let me find this. Playlist, comments, subtitles. Here it is. I found it. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm gonna try to add that emoji pawn. Memberships. There we go. Yeah, I'm trying to add that emoji. Meta's at 99 right now. I mean, it could. It depends on what the market do. Market's kind of falling back down some here. Still green from when the data came out. Like, the data came out right here. And I don't know what the market's going to do long term, but like the data came out right here. And so we're still pretty green from it. But, you know, we'll see if we continue. Again, at the very least, this is going to influence the rate hike decision next week. And we'll see how that impacts markets as well. I'm trying to figure out how to do these emojis here, man. I should be able to. Let me see. Memberships. Oh, there it is. Okay, I found it. There we go. Let me see if it'll let me use it. All right, I think I got it working here. Let me see. Do I have to have a certain amount to trade freely like you do? Yeah, I mean, you got to have 25K in order to actively trade. What's the next support for Google? Ooh, I don't know. I would say 92 bucks. Potentially, I have no idea if it's actually going to hold. Hey, thank you, football. This guy is one of the best in YouTube. We do respect him as he does his best. Hey, thank you, guys. Yeah, bro, I'm like Oprah giving out bans here. It's the gauntlet in here. You know, if you can make it 6 months, you're doing better than most people. Yeah. I don't know. Meta buy? What do you think about Tesla considering Twitter? I don't know, man. I think it's good for Elon. I don't know about how it's good for Tesla. You know? Which country are you bullish on? I don't know. I'm not really bullish on anything, you know. I'm not really bullish or bearish on anything. We'll see what we get. I mean, I'm bullish on Amazon long term and a lot of stuff long term, but short term, I'm really not sure. Yeah, hold on 1 second, guys. All right, there we go. All right, I'm back. But yeah, I like some stuff long term. Sorry, kind of multitasking here. What do you mean influence the rate hike he already said he's doing? Well, it's never set in stone what the rate hike is going to be. You know what I mean? Like it's never set in stone. Like he could do 75 basis points. A lot of people think he might. Look, I added this emoji as well. I don't think it let me use it yet. No, it didn't. Let me refresh, see if it lets me. But no, so it's never set in stone what's going to happen. Oh, they did add it. Hey, look, we got good day sirs in chat for our members now. Um, I also saw somebody said this. I did want to comment on it. Somebody said, "Just found your channel. Love your content. Completely agree with banning trolls. I also hope there's at least some polite opposition and or different views." 100%. There always is. We have regulars here that disagree pretty regularly with me. My big rule here, is that like it's fine to disagree. Like disagreeing with my take or my positions are fine as long as you're respectful and as long as it's not constant. Like if you're only disagreeing, like if we have some people here which for whatever reason they just like pushing buttons, and so eventually sometimes they get banned because it's like if everything you say is negative, then eventually I'm just going to ban you because it's more hassle having to deal with that, managing the chat with that on a daily basis. Now, of course, every now and then if you have criticism or if you disagree with something, like that's all good, that's fine, of course, that's normal. But yeah, it just depends if as long as it's not constant, then it's fine. All right, guys, we're going to put on some new music here too. It looks like our music stopped. All right, so we're right back break even from where we started on the SPY here. Right back break even from where we started on the SPY. If we go red here, let's look at some support levels underneath us to see if we hold. We've got 377, 377. So we have this level to watch. Dollar index also, look at this, is moving up some. Also, guys, we are going to be trading live at the opening bell today. Check out Top Step. Top Step is a funded account program for futures here. And if you look at my actual results, we've been doing pretty well on Top Step. Let me pull up my results here. So we have made money the last 4 days in a row in day trading. So in 4 days in a row, we made money. Prior to that, we had a little bit of a red streak getting involved. But what Top Step does is Top Step's a funded account program. If you look at the E-mini, like if you want to trade these big Echo releases, this is the easy way, right? Here's the left. If you look at these big Echo releases, you'll notice something. Here's the E-mini and here's the SPY. It does the same exact thing. It's the same exact price action. And you can day trade this left side here in the futures market with zero PDT restrictions. You can day trade and short in the futures market on this left side in the E-mini with no PDT restrictions. And it's just like day trading stocks. There's no PDT there. And Top Step is a funded account program for that. They give you a demo. And if you can hit their target on the demo, while following rules and conditions that they have, then they fund you between $50,000 up to $150,000 with a 90% split. They're regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. They pay out millions. They fund thousands of traders a year. You can see my graph for this month in terms of just pure day trading, and it's looking pretty good. Hopefully, we'll get some continuations in this graph here. I'll post the link for Top Step if you want to check it out. Again, I'm certainly biased in their favor. They are a sponsor of mine, but I'm certainly biased in their favor. But again, I think this is the easiest way to get started and get around the PDT rule. It gives you some pressure on you to succeed, but not the full extent of like putting up 10K yourself. And I think a lot of traders are going to lose money if they try to put up the money themselves. I think if you put up 10K in futures and you try to trade that, futures can go against you very fast, just like stocks can. And so in that regard, instead of losing thousands of dollars on your own account, you can try out the futures market, have some pressure to succeed, but not the full extent of a live account. Yesterday, we did pretty well. We ended up making about 230 in the futures market. And this is me on Top Steps Combine. We ended up making about 230 there. So not too bad, not too shabby. We'll see if we can get another green day to close the week out green. But yeah, so we'll see if we can get something better showing up today in the market. But again, we've done pretty well this week so far. We had a losing week. We're going to pin the Top Step Combine to the top of the page as well, so you'll be able to check it out if you're interested in seeing it or trying it out. Again, I think it's just a lot cheaper than putting up the money yourself. You get some pressure, but not the full extent of a live account. And again, here's me yesterday. If we look at my stats, this is me this week so far. So that is my graph so far this week. On the week, we're up about 800 gross Not too bad. I'll take it. We'll see if we can close the week out strong. We did scale up to trading the regular yesterday. So we'll see if we can keep that up. No, I'm not going to trade anybody's account for them, Poppy. Sorry, bro. I'm just not something I do. I don't want that pressure, to succeed, man. People could say, hey, if I give you my account, can you trade it for me? No, I just don't want to do that. Again, that's too much pressure on me, man. Again, pressure kills profits. It really does. So, like, the more pressure you have to succeed, the worse you're genuinely going to do. It's one of the reasons, like, I don't claim to be an expert. I don't act like a guru. I don't tell people what to buy or how to do anything. And I just tell people I don't know. I just want to be a free resource and community for traders because frankly, pressure kills profit. I would rather be able to lose every day 1 week and nobody can tell me anything because I'm not selling a course. I'm not claiming to be an expert and we're just a resource and community than if I'm trying to sell a sleazy course for thousands of dollars on publicly available content. I'm trying to pretend to be some expert or guru. And if I lose, people are going to come at me angry, so I'd rather just be like, yo, I have no idea what I'm talking about. Don't copy me. Amazon agrees. Yeah, I like the Amazon dip, but I ended up taking profit on it though. We ended up cutting it already. Just because we were up so much, I figured I'm just going to get out before the craziness in the next week or two with the rate hike decision in the Fed. Hey, thank you, K man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, sir. Powerball up to 800 mil, eh? Kieran, I think you're a little bit behind in the stream, brother. You might want to click the live button next to the play button. It'll catch you back up. I said the Italian E&I company CFO said has it appealed against the Italian windfall tax. Colgate also said that they see volume pressure easing as rivals also raise prices. Again, we're basically completely neutral. We appreciate you posting market moving events for us because I have no clue what the Bloomberg News is talking about. Hey, it's all good. Vlad? Oh, I could get a bowl cut wig and dress up like Vlad. Yeah, my bad. I probably do a little bit too much arguing here. I mean, I'll tell you this though, guys. At a certain point, like I said, Kramer. If you didn't see this on Twitter, I posted this on Twitter yesterday. It was Kramer crying. If you haven't followed me on Twitter, follow me on Twitter. It's at Beginner Trades. Here's the link. Give your boy a follow. But Kramer was kind of crying a little bit on Twitter. I don't know if he was actually crying. His voice cracked numerous times. Y'all watch that video and tell me whether you think he was crying. Again, go to my profile, give me a follow, and scroll down, and you'll see the video I'm referencing. And again, I'll tell you this. It's very difficult to put yourself out there in public and have people constantly criticize. Like people criticize me for using rip and pop, so it's like, they're just trying to find something wrong. But it's very difficult to kind of, consistently ignore that. And so if I do a bad job at that, I've seen a few people say that. My apologies, guys. I do my best in running this, and I truly do appreciate everybody here. We got a great group of traders here, and it's mostly positive, of course. I think sometimes the haters are just louder, and I think that's probably pretty standard. But regardless, we've had an amazing couple, 6 months of growth, which is why I think we're kind of getting the haters pop up as well. Because when you're getting larger, people feel some type of way about it. And so, hey, we appreciate the love, guys. We're going to keep growing. We're pretty close to 90,000 subscribers, and I truly appreciate the love and support, team. So, hey, hit that sub button, hit the notification bell. We appreciate you all. Was it alligator tears for Kramer? I don't know, bro. I don't know. Yeah, he was clearly emotional. He was losing money in Meta. I don't think it has to do with the money, though. I really don't. Like, I don't think it has anything to do with the money for Kramer. I think what it mostly has to do with is his credibility took a hit. His credibility took a hit. And I think when you got inverse Kramer page and ETF floating around, and you got people really, really, really critical over Kramer's picks and trades, when you're in the public sphere like you are, like Kramer is, I think his credibility took a hit. Yeah, I don't think he was acting either. But again, the problem with Kramer, and I said this earlier. Hey, thank you, Tony, my guy. Thank you, brother. But no, I think the problem with Kramer is that Kramer's been pretty critical about other people's trades. Bed Bath and Beyond, he wouldn't be quiet about it. He was just constantly talking about BBBY. And so I think if you're going to be really hypercritical about other people's trades, you got to be willing to take it as well. If you're going to give it out like Kramer does, you got to be willing to take it as well. And I think his credibility took a hit. Yeah, 100%, Jared. Yeah. Hey, thank you, Magic. I appreciate you guys. Hey, thank you, John. Is PCE good? It's neutral, I would say. It's slightly good. We had a positive reaction to it for sure, initially at least. But it's kind of mixed. We had, in terms of like conventional reactions, it's good. We had lower than expected year-over-year PCE core index numbers. We had 5.1 versus 5.2% expected yearly PCE numbers. Last year, that was 4.9, so a little bit higher than last year, but again, better than expected for core PCE, which is generally the more important metric that the public looks at in terms of short-term reactions to this data. We also had break even and slightly lower month-over-month PCE decrease. So we had a slightly lower number month-over-month for core PCE index at 0.5 versus 0.5% expected, but last month it was 0.6, so slightly better there. The basic price index year-over-year for PCE came in on par at 6.2% versus last time. So, whether it was good or bad is arguable. But yeah. I think mostly good, but you could argue bad. And the market is green from when these numbers came out. So we have reacted somewhat positive to it. Google is planning a legal challenge to India's antitrust crackdown on Android, according to Reuters. Every call Jim Cramer called, popped, and dipped. I've been taking advantage of shorting the rips. Yeah. Kramer's been around for 30 years, though. I mean, that's what people got to understand. Kramer's been around for a long, long time. So he's been out for a while. Earnings is more important for investing. PCE is not good, even if it is expected. Yeah, it depends on how you look at it. It's worse than last time for sure, but it's better. It's lower than expected. Again, it's all relative to expectations. Are you buying Google long term? I'm holding Google right now. I don't know how long I'm going to hold it, but I did buy the dip in Google after the drop from earnings, and I did make money on it. I am sitting on a 50 shares, give or take, of Google right now. So we'll see what I do with it. I don't know how long I'm going to hold it. I agree. Kramer dishes out nonstop. He's also been convicted. Yeah, I mean, people hate Kramer. Again, he went really hard against the AMC Ape community with GameStop and AMC and Ape, and especially Bed Bath and Beyond recently. And so I think he's kind of paying for that now in terms of being wrong about his picks. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, look, it's one thing to disagree with AMC and GameStop. It's another thing to just never stop talking and making fun of them. If you're going to sit there and make fun of AMC and GameStop traders constantly, like I said, it's one thing to disagree, but if you're going to make fun of people like that constantly, you better be right about everything moving forward. And of course he wasn't, and now he's paying for it. Is kind of what happened with Kramer. Didn't Kramer on TV say years ago about how to manipulate? I'm not sure. I didn't see that. Dollar index currently breaking down, though. We're at 110.70s, 110.70s. SPY at 378s, 378.80s. So market is bouncing back some. Again, the PCE data came out right around here. Right around here is when the PCE data came out. And so we are green from it. Now, again, let's see if we actually hold. But we are green from the PCE data. We also have the VWAP area right around us now, which might be interesting to pay attention to. Again, there's the volume weighted average price, the purple line right here. We'll see if that holds us up. Dollar index is starting to crack down here, which is good. Again, we are seeing that somewhat positive reaction from this, as we kind of anticipated here. We did have Amazon and Apple. Apple is now running up. We got Amazon at 95.50s here, 95.50. So we're paying attention to that. We have Google here. We are sitting in Google. Google is ripping up really, really nicely. Again, we bought this dip yesterday. And so we did buy this dip yesterday on Google here. So we bought this. Our entry for Google is about 91.80s. So our entry actually is about right here. But that's okay. Maybe we bought this dip instead, actually. I can't remember what dip we bought. It might have been this dip, actually, after the earnings. But regardless, we bought the dip. We're green in it now. We've already taken some off. And so we'll see what we get on the rest. And again, we are pulling back to the volume weighted average price area on the SPY here. Here's the VWAP. So we'll see if we bounce there. And a lot of the times you'll see stocks break VWAP, pull back, and then bounce back up. And so we're kind of looking at that to see if we get something better, you know. PC data was mixed, really. Apple overall had great earnings. Yeah, Apple did have solid earnings. Yeah, we covered them yesterday. Apple did do pretty well. Again, the problem yesterday was Amazon's guidance. Amazon just overreacted here. This is why we bought the dip, and we ended up cutting it out already because we made enough money from it. But again, Amazon dropped their earnings yesterday, and they dropped better than expected EPS, which is a gauge on profitability. Number one, you can also see we are bouncing at that VWAP level, at least a little bit, like we talked about. But yeah, Amazon actually did a little bit better than expected for profitability. So again, their profitability, which is EPS. Anytime you hear EPS, think profitability. Their profitability was better. Their sales revenue was worse. And their guidance was a little bit worse. It came in at like, I think they expected 155. They ended up showing like 148 or something like that. And so slight miss in terms of guidance. And Amazon dropped damn near 20% from that, which in my opinion was just a huge overreaction. And so what we did was we ended up picking up a few shares around here and, you know, bought the dip, sold into this bounce, and then cut it. You know, and so again, we'll see if we get some more rebounds today in these stocks. A lot of people are bearish on the downside, and again, we'll see. But pending home sales in an hour. Yeah, I'll have to check it out, Jake. Today is no man's land. Be careful. Keep your gauge. Yeah, y'all stay safe. Dogecoin is moving. Yeah, I heard about Doge moving some. These algo pops instantly when numbers come out are odd. Sometimes it's a fake out, or when it drops back down quickly, it could be a double fake out. Yeah, I mean, I think right now, like what we're seeing for the SPY or the S&P, or essentially relative to the PCE data, is mostly a neutral reaction. Again, you know, the numbers came out here roughly. They came out right at 8:30. So let me see. The open of this candle was 378.74. So the numbers came out right here essentially. And again, the market popped up big from this data. You know, we ended up ripping up big. We pulled back big, and then we bounced big as well. So we're mostly neutral. You can see the VWAP chopping straight through the chart right there. So again, we're mostly neutral from this reaction, which is not surprising, I guess. Again, it depends on how you look at it. Traders are going to interpret it differently. We can look at last year relative to this year and see that we're higher inflation, of course. But I mean, that's, of course, I mean, right now, think about the differences between this year and last year. Of course, we're going to have higher inflation this year. I think looking at the month over month increase or decrease is the most relevant, and specifically core PCE. And if we look at that core PCE month over month, we're right as expected at 0.5%. And relative to the last one, month over month, it was 0.6% last time. And so this does show somewhat decreasing inflation month over month. Now, of course, relative to last year, of course, we have higher inflation than last year, guys. Like that's obvious. That's a self-evident thing. We're of course going to have higher inflation than we did last year, guys. At the same time, though, if we're trying to gauge how inflation is moving up or down recently, which is what the Fed's going to look at too. I mean, they're going to look at the last year numbers as well, but they're going to look at price changes, recent price changes as well. Again, we are down a little bit relative to last month, 0.6% last month, 0.5% this month, and on par with expectations there. And so I think since we are having this green reaction, I think that's probably why. Which is kind of what we said, and kind of what sparked the argument. But regardless, I think this is why we're getting a positive reaction. I think it's a very obvious thing that we're going to have worse inflation than last year at this time. That's anybody could have predicted that. But I think the more interesting one to pay attention to is month over month. Hey, later, Tony. Have a good day, bro. Yeah, Shiba. We'll see, man. Y'all have a safe Halloween. Market's moving up nicely, though. Google's doing really nice here as well. And so, again, we'll probably take some little pieces off of Google as it continues to rise. But Google going green on the day. Market's trying to go green as well. Exxon is going to continue discussing a repurchase program with shareholders and keep current plan for now, according to the CFO. Honeywell announces USD debt issuance 2-year, 5-year, and 10-year. That's essentially kind of what we got going on today. Market's rebounding a little bit here. We are holding Google, and you can see Google. We bought this Google dip. We were very open about it. And Google's moving up really nicely as well. Our entry now is 91.80, so our entry is right around here. So we bought it. Our current entry, we actually had a little bit better entry than this, but we bought it right around, our latest entry is right around here. So we're moving up really nicely from that. In terms of taking a little bit of profit here, I might start to scale out some just to lock it in. Take maybe 5 shares off. We got like 50 shares. Maybe take 10 off here. All right. So yeah, we just cut about 10 shares off just to lock in some more profit here from it. The Caspian Pipeline Consortium says it's hard to predict whether repair work at terminal will finish due to weather. SPY moving up nicely, though. Again, another swing trade we were accurate on. So, again, like I said, man, my swing trading system, it's definitely something I'm pretty excited about this year because, again, even if we're in a bear market, we've been making money on a large majority of our swing trades. And I think anybody that pays attention to what I say I enter in terms of swing trading can probably see that we're making money on most of these swing trades. Now, whether that will continue, I'm not sure, but I think it is kind of time for me to start sizing up a little bit more. I think I have a large enough account to where I could take some real money out the market with these swing trades. What do you guys think? Should I scale up more? I think I could. Again, I'm kind of a trading wimp. I don't like trading huge, Yeah, we do live trading, Curie. We do live trading. We live swing trade, day trading, and invest. We also cover all the major economic. We also cover all the major economic releases: CPI, PPI, FOMC rate hikes. Correctly recognizing overreaction is wonderful if you get it right. Amazon equals an overreaction. Meta continue to drop. Yeah, but I think if you're wrong, like I bought Meta too. And I was wrong, but I got out very fast, and so just to put it into perspective, it's gonna work. It's not gonna work every time, and I think the differences between Apple and Amazon and Google and then Meta are vast. I think Meta long term, I'm not super confident in Meta long term, right? I'll hold Google for 5 years and it's going to be noticeably higher. I'll hold Amazon for 5 years, it's going to be higher. I'll hold Apple for 5 years, it's probably going to be higher. Meta, that's a different argument, I think. And so I think I was wrong about Meta, but I cut it literally the next morning and only lost like $100 or something like that from it. And so I think you're always going to be wrong sometimes, but I think one of the best skills you can have is your ability to just cut your losses and move on. And that's what we did with Meta. We got out very quickly. And so just in general, look at our last 5 swing trades here that we've called out on this channel, right? And I don't want people to copy me. I'm not trying to get people to copy me. But Snapchat, We bought it at 780s. We sold it at 10 roughly, a little bit under 10. So made, very nice gains from Snapchat very fast within 3 days. Amazon, we bought Amazon after their earnings dropped yesterday, made decent amount of money in less than 24 hours. We bought Google. We're currently green on Google. We bought Disney over the last couple weeks. Bought it at 91s, sold it at 102s, 103s. And so, maybe we're getting lucky here, but we've been pretty accurate. We're running about 80, maybe higher accuracy rate for our swing trades. Got about a 1-to-1 ratio with them. So SPY's testing the previous closing price right now. We're at 379.80s here, and we'll see if we continue to push back up. Gradually scale up is fine. Yeah, that's what I'm considering. Why change it? Well, I'm not going to change it. I'm going to keep doing the same thing. I might just take larger sizing. I got about 120K in buying power that Thinkorswim gives me. So, I got the buying power to scale up if I want. Yeah, maybe, Steve. We'll see, dude. Google's still pushing up nicely, though. SPY still testing these highs up here, still testing these highs. And hey, everybody, listen, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell. I certainly appreciate that if you do. Another thing we've been using to trade, guys, and this is Chart Prime. You can see the SPY on the right. We're testing the previous closing price now, but we're also testing these previous high levels here. We have been using Chart Prime in our trading, and one of the ways we've been doing it here, so like here's the SPY on the right. We'll put the SPY on the left here. We've been using this to identify tops and bottoms, and it's just very, very powerful and accurate here. So let's keep looking here. Look how accurate this is. This is a proprietary algorithm that they use. You can see these blue candlesticks. They are a sponsor of my video, number one, so I'm certainly biased in their favor. But they have this proprietary algorithm that they use to identify strength and weakness. And, it can just be powerful. Again, look at what I like doing with this is I like combining these together, right? So again, you can see two bullish candlesticks. They identify candlesticks as well. So bullish engulfing, possible reversal up, huge bounce in the SPY afterwards, right? If we keep scrolling here, possible reversal down, nice drop following that. Again, if you look at the next one, possible reversal up, big bounce. And so these are predictive algorithms. They can be really, really powerful, and I use them a ton in my trading. And it also shows me the correlations, which is really interesting and useful. Again, you can see the dollar index. There's a strong negative correlation here with Bitcoin. Altcoins are correlated right now with the S&P. Of course, there's a strong correlation between the NASDAQ, Dow Jones. So that's really useful as well. What I like also using this for is just their candlesticks. Their candlesticks are super accurate. Look, bullish engulfing, bounce, bullish engulfing. We got a little bit of a pop. Bearish engulfing. Look at the huge drops we get after that. Look at this one. I literally predict the bottom. Bullish engulfing. Nice little bounce here. And so again, this is called Chart Prime. Super useful. They are a sponsor of my video, but I do use them in trading and getting some of these accuracies that I have here. So again, pretty useful. I've been using them for about a month now, and I certainly think it's improved my trading for sure. Now, of course, as I've said, I am biased, of course, because they are a sponsor of my video. But yeah, if you want to check them out, here's the link. You can also find the link in the description. SPY still testing that previous closing price. Google right at these highs. So looks like scaling out of a little bit right there was probably the right move. That'll lock in profit. Hopefully we bounce right at this previous closing price. This previous closing price, very relevant level here. Very relevant level. SPY rejecting a little bit at the top here. Hey, what's up, A1? Yeah, hope you're doing good, bro. It's been good, man. Hope you're doing good as well, bro. Google still popping up at $93 a share here. SPY rejecting a little bit at 379.40s. All right, we're going to get ready to trade futures on Top Step here. So again, we did scale up yesterday. we did scale up yesterday, and again here you can see we are going to be day trading the S&P 500 today. We got about 15 minutes before the opening bell, so be ready, guys. We are going to be day trading the S&P today. Hopefully we get some good stuff showing up in the market right now. We can put everything up and get prepared here. How are you guys doing on the week? Are you guys green or red on the week, team? Market has been reacting somewhat positively over the last 30 minutes or so. Here's the S&P sitting pretty. We're gonna try to we're gonna trade the regular E-mini though. We're not gonna trade the micro anymore. We've been trading the regular E-mini and having pretty solid results from it. And so we are gonna be trading the regular E-mini. See if we do something good. Again, here's the PCE data that came out today. It is relevant to pay attention to. Google did rip up. I don't know if Amazon. I did sell my Amazon this morning. Do you guys think it was the right move? BBBY offering? Really? Dollar index. We got to watch that as well. Dollar index is bouncing right at that previous closing price for it. We'll put the regular E-mini up for now, I think, since the chart's just loading better here. Yeah, here's the S&P 500, right around 3,800 right now, 3,800. Green month, green week. Gotta be green. Hey, go Strohs, Angel. Yes, sir. Broken fool rules. When everyone is bearish with the market closing balance is positive, that's when I like calls on popular stocks that were crushed on earnings. Exactly, D's, man. That's what, like, I get a lot of bears in here talking smack every time I buy these dips, bro. But I've been 80+% accuracy with buying these dips. Again, Warren Buffett, fearful when others are greedy, greedy when others are fearful. You know, and I've seen a few people say, hey, I've seen a few people on Twitter be like, hey, when everybody thinks the market's going to do bad, the market goes up. When everybody thinks the market's going to go up, it goes down. It really is kind of something where, Snapchat, I had so many people like hating on that trade. Everybody said, oh, you're going to get destroyed for Snapchat. I'm sitting there like, bro, Snapchat is super cheap right now. Same thing with Disney, same thing with Apple, Amazon, Google, you know what I mean? And so in the end, anytime I see there's a lot of bears in anything, I start to think about buying. It depends on how extended I consider it, though. I'm not just basing it purely off of bears and chat, but I do look at extension and how many people are really, really, adamant about the downside. Dollar index is starting to pop back up, though, so we are going to get some drops here. I don't know why my chart's not loading. There we go. Are you covering earnings today? So Chevron and Exxon earnings are kind of already out already. So they're already out kind of already. So it's not really much to cover at this point in time. Yeah, these dips are powerful, man. They can make money. That's what I don't understand. Like I don't understand long-term bears in the S&P and short-term day trading bulls. You know what I mean? Like those are I kind of trade the opposite in that regard. Here, we're gonna close this out and just relaunch it because it's taking a little while to load. But yeah, most of the time I love day trading short on the short side. Like I will day trade the short side pretty actively is what I try to do. If I'm swing trading or long-term trading, I'm usually doing it on the long side because I think the long side is just the easier money. I'm looking for the easiest money, and on the long side, it's definitely swing trading, is the easiest money, and swing trading and longer term trading the easiest money to make in the market is on the upside. On the downside, it depends on the stock. If I could find like something like Peloton or Beyond Meat, I've been very bearish about those stocks, and I was very right about those. And so it depends on what stock it is. I think if you can find a mid cap that's going obsolete and it's just no longer useful anymore, I think there could be some easy money on the short side for that as well. So I'm not purely against shorts long term, but I think that betting that the S&P 500 is always going to go down is usually just like it's going to be it's not a plus EV play, to put it in poker terms. All right, guys, 9 minutes here, 9 minutes team. Let's do this. Again, y'all hit the notification bell. We are trading the Top Step Combine today. It is a funded account program for futures. You can day trade, you can short. There's no PDT restrictions in futures. And again, I think one of these funded account programs, Top Step's the most legitimate funded account program in the world. It pays out millions, funds thousands of traders a year, in 140 plus countries. And so in the end, I think this is the best way to get started in futures without taking too much risk. The base one's the 50K package. And so they'll give you a 50K demo. And if you can hit $3,000 on that 50K demo without losing over $2,000 max and $1,000 per day, then they fund. And if you pass both their phases, they fund you $50,000 with a 90% split. And so you can take that 50K funded account once you're funded. And if you make 20K with it, which is a big percentage, of course, you're going to keep 18,000. They keep 2,000 since they're funding you that money. And I think it's just a lot cheaper to try this out. I think a lot of people are going to lose, and I think that's okay, because I think it's a lot cheaper to try this out and lose and say, hey, the futures market isn't for me, than put up 10K yourself trying to trade futures normally and then risk that, because I think you're going to lose far more. And so I think it's a good way for people to get their feet wet without risking a lot in the futures market. And again, the futures market is the easiest way to get around the PDT. The Exxon CEO says that the industry does not have a lot of capacity to increase U.S. production in the short term. I am seeing that news drop. Cats. My wife's allergic to everything. I've got Rosie, my German Shepherd. She's great, but so they're not going to let you lose it, Johnny. What they're going to put in a stop loss basically for you at a specific level, so that you're not going to be able to just YOLO that account. And it's a difficult challenge. It's hard to get funded, but of course, it's the most legitimate one in the world, and they're really funding you that money. And so they're not just going to fund everybody. It's not going to be easy to get funded. But again, I think it truly makes you a better trader. I think even though I was kind of profitable for this, in my opinion, I think it just makes you a better trader. And again, if you look at my stats here, we've been doing pretty well. Like these are my stats. Oh wait, my practice account is up. I got to put my regular account up. But yeah, here's my stats. Yesterday, we made 220, 230. Last 7 days, we started off red. We ended up coming back green on the last 7 days of market. This month in October, this is my graph in October. So we're doing okay. 1,800 in October so far. Last 30 days, we're doing all right. We need to scale up in size, but we've been scaling up. This is our scale up in size here. So again, we're going to let that first 10 minutes play out first. That first 10 minutes is usually what eats my profit on the day. So we're going to let that first few minutes pass first, and then start taking some trades. We are in Google still. I'm going to take a little bit more off of Google here. I mean, we're up so much. We're just going to take a little bit more off once the opening bell hits. So again, we're up so much in Google. We might take some more. I might take some more off now. I'm not even going to wait for the open. We're going to, so we just cut off. We got 25 shares of Google left. Going to slowly scalping out of that. Still in Ford as well. We're actually still holding Ford also. Ford we're green in, but not much today. We're actually down a little bit today, but green on the trade altogether. Bro, we just got out before that drop, bro. We got out before that big drop here in Google. Wow. Y'all know it's not me influencing this either, of course. Like, y'all know Google has a market cap of afloat, billions in the float. 5 minutes, team. 5 minutes. Huge pullback in Google here. short term. Like I said, luckily I took that profit off. Took a little bit more just to protect ourselves here on this dip, and we'll hold the last little bit and give it real time. Hey, thank you, Kieran. I guess. You need a cat. I wish I could get a cat. I like cats, bro. But my wife's allergic to cats, unfortunately, so no cats for me. All right, E-mini starting to rip up a little bit. Again, don't get mad at me for saying rip. It's just kind of a term I've used over the few years. It might not mean a huge move. It might just mean a move up short term. You got your hedge fund following you on that Google trade? Man, maybe I do, bro. I might. I don't know. Google rebounded all the way back, so luckily we stayed in a little piece of it, but yeah, I'm all right. Those are scary looking, man. Hey, thank you, Tiny. I appreciate you. Yeah, good luck today, guys. Top 3. Yeah. Hey. Something's moving Google here. I don't know what's going on with Google, but something's moving it ahead of the bell. Luckily, we scared out of a lot of our trades, but something's moving. It's probably some type of fundamental news. Market itself is moving up, though. You can see the S&P 500 here move up. It all rips on the baby time frames. It hurts my eyes watching. Yeah. Robinhood listening again. Hey, maybe it is. It could be Robinhood, bro. Wow. What's going on with this, though, for Google here? I mean, like I said, luckily we cut most of this off here. We only got 15 shares left, but man. Luckily, we've already taken lots of profit from it, and we can just kind of let the rest sit now. All right, guys, opening bell, less than 2 minutes. Hey, what's up, SPAC? Yeah, we're almost to 90K. Yeah, y'all do me a favor, hit that sub button, guys. We need like 130 subs to hit 90K. All right, guys, let's do this. Less than a minute. Getting a little bit of a pullback here, probably from Google's drop all of a sudden. I don't see anything causing this to drop, though. Like, I don't see any big news affecting markets like that. 20 seconds, guys, 20 seconds. All right, getting a big dip ahead of the open. Here's the opening bell, guys. 5 seconds. There's the opening bell. Like green action ahead of the open, big pop-ups. Dollar index is actually kind of moving up with it, though. So getting a little bit of retracements here at the opening bell, but there's the open. Yeah, but their guidance wasn't super bad. It was only a couple percent miss. There's the market popping up big. Dollar is coming up with it. So the dollar and the market are kind of moving with each other, which is a little bit off, but sometimes there's a positive correlation there, I guess. Get upward movement in markets though here, team. Big upward movements now. Again, we're kind of letting things play out. We're right at the previous closing price, so we're very break even on the day. But we've effectively rebounded from the big drops we had yesterday at after hours from Amazon and Apple. And just kind of sitting back. We're going to let minutes play out before we trade. Huge pop up. SPY up to 380s. Hey, appreciate you, Spec. All good, brother. All good, man. Hey, we appreciate you, man. Huge move up in markets, guys. Big rebound here. You love to see it. SPY up to 381s here. Dragging my Google trade back up, so that's nice to see. Luckily, I held on to some of it, and I didn't just kind of cut all of it. Huge move up, though. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use 93 as a risk for the rest of my Google trade. So if we break back under 93, I'm going to cut it. I'm just going to take the profit. Huge move up in markets, though. Still in it. Haven't cut it yet. Pretty close, though. SPY flying up here. Huge momentum. All right, we're just going to get out. So we just made our money on Google. We'll take it. We're going to move back on to our day trading now. Flat in most of our swings at this point. Still holding forward, by the way. Still holding forward. Green on that one as well. Forward is actually popping up kind of nice. Huge green action here. Too extended for me to really want to buy this now. It's too high up there, but big green action in markets. Okay, we're going to wait. VWAP is still pretty low down here. So the volume weighted average price is still pretty low. Huge green candles in markets here, guys. Look at the S&P 500 fly here. Wow. Huge green candles now. Patience here, man, for me, but a little bit too extended. Huge move. You guys making money on this? Yeah, maybe I should have held my Amazon through it and my Google, but it's all right. You know, Google pull it back pretty fast right now, though. Amazon. Meta tapped over 100 for a second. Big pullback in markets here. I think we kind of got to watch Google and some other stuff too, though. Yeah, we got a big move up. I haven't traded yet. I'm not going to push too hard right now. We're going to wait. Yeah, it might be the right move, Jarrett. I mean, we might break highs again here. Again, I'm just kind of sitting back. I'm going to raise my desk a little bit. Yeah, starting to get some dips. I mean, the only reason I haven't man, look at Ford pop up big. Hey, that's nice to see. I'm gonna take a little bit off of Ford here. Took a little bit off of Ford. Big rebound in the SPY. Again, just a little bit too high for my taste. Google's still looking pretty strong. Just bought one contract. Trying to see if we get a bounce up here to test that previous range at the top. Nice little pop up. What? Oh, I went from making 50 to losing 12. That's no fun. All right, so we're down about 100. Kind of frustrated. I was up 50 at one point in time, but it's okay. There's the dip. Maybe should have been patient here. Again, just kind of extended up here for me to really trade large. Pulling back here. The only thing I'm waiting for is Google starting to come down. We bought this. Trying to see if we get a pop higher. All right, we just made $50 profit there, so we made most of our money back. We're down about $50 exactly on the day. Kind of a weird choppy day right now. We ripped up. We got this little range here. It's kind of getting closer and closer, though. It should break on one side eventually. We got one contract again. I just made a little bit more, pretty close to break even now on the day. I think I could have held it through this, but, you know. Yeah, we're break even. We're down $12.50 on the day exactly. Huge rip up in markets here. Big green action though, man. Look at the market fly. Yeah, the volume weighted average price is so far below us. The previous closing price is so far below us as well. And I mean, I tried to tell people how the market would probably respond to this PCE data, but like we had people arguing with me, and like I get it, but like, you know, in hindsight, you know, I don't even need to say anything. I think now, you know, definitely was correct about the direction, and market's flying up. Again, it's too extended up here for me. We made money on Google. We were up in Ford. We made money on Amazon. Lost money on Meta. Made money on Snapchat. Made money on Disney last couple days. So I'll take it. We got to be patient here. We're too extended for me to buy this. I could buy a little pullback here, but not a big one. Or vice versa. I'll buy a big pullback here, but not a small one. Economic numbers are already out, Hassan. They are right here if you want them. Breaking highs again, moving up. Again, just a little bit too extended here. I mean, we got the upward momentum, but 4 big green candles in a row. Google just broke highs. Yeah, I would have been right about Meta, too, if I would have stayed in it. Again, I mean, I'm not going to rush into trades. It's just too risky right now. Huge rip ups, though. Bitcoin up to 20.5. I need a larger pullback before I'm buying this, though. It's just too high up there. Doge pumping. Coinbase. Yeah, SPY still ripping. Again, a little bit too extended for me up here. Nvidia moving. Probably, I kind of want to buy the little pullback here quickly, but it's too high up there. We might reject at a high of the day breakout, which is why I don't buy them. That's a pullback I can buy, though. Yeah, we bought this dip. Just made about $62 green on the day now. Buying that big pullback dip. Up about 50 on the day. Trying to be careful, though, with my trades, not taking anything too crazy. Should I start whistling? I'm just kind of waiting here. I mean, we got a few little trades to get in, but we get a pull back to 382. We might buy some more. Don't know if we're quite gonna get it. It looks strong, but watching Ford, Google, Apple. Deutsche Treasurer says hopeful for an S&P rating upgrade. Getting a pullback in the S&P right now. Thinking about buying this, but I'm gonna let it test. I was gonna buy the 382 dip. I should have bought it on the SPY, S&P 500. It's right around this level here, or right around this level. I mean, 384s. Should have bought it. I just made a little bit more. Made a little $12, $13. About 65 on the day. Reason I bought it, I saw Google finally start to react to this. Didn't quite get any profit from it, but that's okay. Break even there. I want to wait for a pullback to really buy this. I think we might dip a little bit. And I'll buy that dip. Now we got one contract here. Just made about 100 real quick right there, scalping that. Up about 165 on the day. And a little pullback in Google. Yeah, you can short futures. Yeah, the futures market is the easiest way to get around the PDT rule, man. You can day trade as much as you want, short as much as you want in futures. And again, if you want to try it out, check out Top Step. They are a sponsor of mine. You can see the link in the chat pinned to the top of the page. Again, you can see the link right here if you're interested in checking them out. What Top Step does is they fund traders in futures. So they give you a demo. If you can hit their target of the demo while following their rules and conditions, then they fund you in between 50 up to 150,000 with a 90% split. Regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, they pay out millions, fund thousands a year, essentially trading the S&P 500. Which, if you look at like big earnings reports and all that stuff, like that's what moves markets, you know. And so you're essentially trading the S&P 500. It's just a really profitable way to trade without PDT restrictions. And Top Step gives people an easy middle ground to try them out. Like there's no, you know, it's a much smaller risk than putting up the money yourself in futures. You could try it out, have some pressure to succeed because like you want to get funded. So you have some pressure to succeed, but not the full extent of like a real account where you're going to potentially lose thousands on. And so I think in that way, it's a perfect middle ground for traders that are wanting to get involved with futures. Wanted to buy this hammer candle, just stop myself. Google's falling down, so I'm just gonna wait. The base one's 130 something if you use my link. Here's the link if you want to check it out. The base one's like 130 something. Now we're getting a pullback now. The only reason I'm not buying this one is because Google's breaking down. It's at 93s. And yeah, sure enough, we're getting that rip up now. Now they are sponsors, so I'm certainly biased in their favor of Mondo, of course, because they're a sponsor of my video. But you know, I do think it's an easier way to get involved with futures market, and I think it's the cheaper way. It's the easiest way to get around the PDT rule is the futures market, and the easiest way to get involved with futures is to try Top Step out at first. Yeah, it's just so much better than a small account. Like a lot of small account traders, they pivot to like penny stocks or whatever. But like the edge is so small in pennies, and it's so difficult to trade without with restrictions, with no PDT rule, or with the PDT rule, that like the futures market having no PDT rule and you essentially being able to trade the S&P 500 is just incredibly valuable. Again, I mean, I've been trading the SPY for years and years, but I have a 30,000, 120K buying power account on Thinkorswim. Most people don't have that, right? And so most people need another way to trade. And the futures market is definitely, the easiest way to get around the PDT rule. All right, so we got a little cushion on the day. Again, here is me so far today. SPY, Google, look at the market rip up. The S&P 500 flying up right now. 3900s. Again, here's yesterday, here's today, here's this month. I like this pullback, but the problem is Google breaking down. I think this is a good, strong move in SPY, but the problem is Google's breaking down, right? And if Google breaks down, it might drag the rest of the market down with it. Yeah, for sure, Kyle, 100%, man. All right, guys. Again, just kind of sitting back, a little bit extended. We've been attacking this range most of the day. Be careful what you say. Pop is apparently a bad word here, so you can't say pop. Like if you're in Michigan right now and you need a soda, you better not say it, bro. All right, we're getting a little bounce here. Yeah, I'm a huge Google bull, man. I love Google. I think Google is going to be fun long term, of course. The argument is short term, though. But man, maybe I should have bought the dip like I had the intuition to. Again, the problem is Google's breaking down, and Ford is looking good. So I'm in a Ford right now too. Ford is looking good. Ford just broke highs. The market looks like it wants to break highs, but it's already at a double top here is the only thing that's risking it. So I'll ride it up to this top. Like I'll take a trade like this. If you see me, I'll buy these little dips, take profit at the top, buy these little dips, take profit at the top. Eventually, though, it's either going to break and move like that, or it's going to go do something like this where it's going to go up and test it, and then it's just going to kind of, you know what I mean? Like, so, or it could do, I mean, it could do anything really. We don't really know what it's going to do. But the more it consolidates up here without breaking that high, the less confident I am that it's going to break the high right now. Now, it might make another test, so it might do something like this. Like that's certainly like possible. But, we got to wait and see. Again, the longer we spend up here without breaking the high, the less confident I am that we're going to. So right now, SPY, but again, we've started, anything could happen, of course. Yeah. Well, no, I was just kind of messing around. Somebody got mad at me for saying pop earlier. They said it wasn't a pop. Like I said, the last 2 days, I've had people get weird with me about pop, saying something's ripping. It's all subjective terms. All right, testing highs right now. We're at 3,800s on the E-mini. Just broke highs. So we finally broke that high level. Now, the next thing to look for here. The next thing we look for here is to see if we hold this 93 level right here on the SPY. So that's the support level. See if we go up, pull back, hold, and then continue. It's kind of what you'd want to see here. You definitely don't want to see something like this where we false break and then we come back down and go like that. But again, time will tell. We broke highs, and then we're kind of fading back down now. Let's watch this low right here. This low might be where we bounce. And nope. Starting to crack underneath it. That's not a good sign. But again, I mean, we're so high up there that like we'll give it time. I don't know. Triple B is strange, bro. I think what I really think it is like, I guess if I had to guess Triple B, I think that I'm just so good looking that, you know, people just can't really hate on me for that. You know what I mean? And so I think because of that, because I'm just kind of like really, really attractive, they instead, you know, try to find other reasons to get mad at me, I think is what it is, you know. Like, I mean, listen, it's hard when you look this good. You know, I don't know what else to say. Markets start to break down. We'll see if we end up rebounding back up. Yeah, we do have the U of M consumer sentiment data dropping pretty soon. We'll cover it. We're watching for it. I'm definitely not in anything right now. 3 minutes, guys. Consumer sentiment is expected to come in at 59.8. Current conditions expected to come in at 65.3. Pending home sales is also supposed to come in at -5%. So we do have pending home sales today as well that drop in 3 minutes. So those stuff will impact markets. That's right. You know, but no, we're doing well today. We'll see if the market bounces here. Again, we got these numbers coming out in less than 2 minutes. I'll see if we get something good. SPY is at 382.70s. Ford is at 1320s. Yeah, well, y'all be careful. You know, these things might drag markets up or down, so we'll see. Waiting. We got about a minute and a half left, a little bit less than that, actually, about a minute. All right, guys, 30 seconds. Bro, I really want some coffee, man. My stupid stress test today is going to make me not drink coffee. I got a headache. All right, guys, 10 seconds or really 15 seconds. Again, consumer sentiment is expected to come in at 59.8. Current conditions expected to come in at 65.3. Again, if these are higher, it might be causing drops in the market. All right, so they're both higher than expected. I think this might cause drops in the market because of inflationary fears. Could cause rip-ups, though, but they were both higher than expected. Consumer sentiment came in at 59.9 versus 59.8 expectations. Current conditions came in at 65.6 versus 65.3 expectations. So that's actually seen as positive. Pending home sales went down 10.2%. That's great for this inflationary market in real estate. So pending home sales went down 10.2% versus -5% expected. So again, that's great news here. Yeah, so again, consumer sentiment, pending home sales came in noticeably lower than expected here. We'll put all these numbers up on chat. But yeah, market's ripping up on this news. Pending home sales one is really the one that is like great. Seeing home sales drop is something we really need right now with this high inflationary market. House prices have just been out of control. And we are getting some big rip-ups because of this. Yeah, and here is these full numbers here. But yeah, you see big, pretty nice bull response. There's the data on screen right there if you want to see it. I'm going to trade micros here. I'm trading micros because I think the risk involved with trading these big economic releases is too much for the macros. And we're already up so much on the day that we don't want to really give that back trading something risky like this. All right, we bought 2 contracts here. Yeah, we're going to cut that big pullback here. Lost 40 bucks, but that's okay. We're still green about 100 on the week. Could be better. I do like this downwick pressure, but I'm going to let things stabilize first. Big breakdown in market, so it looks like it was a good thing I got out. Again, this is negatively impacting everything. Again, the consumer home prices going down is great for the current inflationary market. Now, the consumer sentiment thing might, be negatively impacting markets right now. Is higher than expected. But yeah, the fact that pending home sales went down 10.2% is good. Big drops though, big negative reactions here. Your poll every day is bearish. Well, kind of shows people's sentiment, man. Again, it's not like I'm agreeing with my poll. I'm just asking people what they think, and I think most people are bears. I think bears are really, what's the best way to describe it? Bears are really sometimes emotional about their picks, right? Like if they want the market to go down and the market ends up going up, they get really weird about it and kind of call names and all that stuff. I've actually been buying the dips though, for me personally. If anybody's been paying attention, I bought Amazon after the dip, made money. I bought Google after the dip, made money. I bought Meta, lost money on Meta. I bought Snapchat after the earnings dip, made money. I bought Ford on the dip. I'm sitting in that now, green. My entry's 1250s. We're at 1327s for Ford right now. So Amazon, Ford, Google, Snapchat, we made money on all of those. The only one we've lost on is Meta, and we cut that one very, very fast. So yeah, I mean, we're pretty green, buying dips, bullish on a lot of stuff, really. But yeah, bear sentiment's probably a little bit more prevalent just because bears are more likely to vote, I would say. I don't know about Snap. I got out. I'm not sure. I haven't been watching it since I got out. Snap, it looks all right. I mean, Snap's still doing pretty good, holding up there nicely. Yeah, I probably could have sat in Meta and made money, but again, I'm just going to kind of chill with it. I'm not going to poke too hard at it. All right, guys, getting a little bit of a bounce back here. Again, we pulled right back to the volume weighted average price. Looked great. Maybe should have bought it, but instead we just kind of sat. We bought this dip. with 2 micro contracts, small. See if we get a follow through bounce back up here. If I'm break even today, I'm okay with that too. I mean, we effectively rebounded this week. We scaled up our size, which is nice. There's a new candle open up 3 seconds. Okay, that'll be interesting to see how this reacts. There we go. I don't really like this movement. Kind of a little break-even trade right now. I'm trying to be patient with it. The more it moves up, the less I'm... All right, there we go. I mean, that's nice. All right, we'll go ahead and take half off right there. All right, we'll just get out. We made about 22 bucks scalping that. It was just kind of back and forth, but it's all right. We'll take the profit. Big breakdown here. Snapchat's still testing these high levels up here. I mean, yeah, that's exactly what I do. That's what I do, man. It's usually a powerful way to trade too. I mean, you gotta think about it in terms of range, right? So if you look at this, like up here, why does it always reject at these tops? Is because profitable traders are taking profit there. You know, experienced traders take profit at these tops and they buy at bottoms. You know, a lot of new traders get it really backwards, and it causes them to just lose money for a long time in terms of trading because they're buying at high of the day breakouts and you know they're selling it when they see drops. When ideally, for me personally, I like buying dips and selling at the top of the range. You know, that's usually the best way to trade for me. Snapchat just broke highs. We're gonna buy that. Maybe add another contract to this too. But yeah, you always got to think of something in terms of like relative to their range, relative to the stock or securities range. You know, you buy towards the bottom of the range, you sell towards the top. If it breaks the bottom of the range, I'm not telling anybody to do anything, number one. But what I do is I buy towards the bottom of the range and I sell towards the top. And if it breaks the bottom of the range, then I'll get out and I'll, you know, wait. Two contracts now. I don't know if I like that rejection here. Yeah, big L there. I mean, we're pretty close to break even on the day, and that's fine. Every day doesn't have to be green. You know, and maybe we'll trade again. We get a down wick. We might buy the bottom here, which it looks like we will. And then see if it works. And if it doesn't work, it's okay. Like I said, we made enough money this week to be content with our profit. Yeah, I got to get out there. So, oh no, I added to it. Wait, what? How am I in another trade? Oh, dude, so that's just a man. I just kind of gave away $40 in the market for nothing. It's all right. We're gonna just stop trading for whatever reason. I don't know why I got stopped out there. Or I don't know how I added more to that, but Yeah, it is what it is. Break even, mostly less than $100 down today. Been a pretty powerful week and a pretty good week. I'll show you my graph this week. Here is this last month. So again, we're working on scaling up our size, and we're doing okay at it. Yesterday we made about 230. Day before that we made about 100 and something. Here's the last 7 days. So it could have been better, could have been worse. If we look at just this week alone, this is our stats this week, about $800 a week. So not bad. Could do better. Need a little bit bigger sizing, but for now we're okay. And maybe we can look at a short market or something like that afterwards. We'll see. Trying to get a breakdown here. We might pivot to a short mode, I guess, if we get something good. We are to be doing a crypto show today. So we get a little bounce up. Let's see if we reject here. All right, guys. So we are going to be doing a crypto show today. Also, guys, y'all check out Chart Prime. Chart Prime is really, really useful because I use Chart Prime in order to get this graph that I have here. One of the things that I use for this is Chart Prime. Chart Prime, very, very powerful in terms of identifying let me make sure. Chart Prime, very, very powerful in terms of identifying momentum, and so, of course, it's not going to work every time, and nothing's 100% accurate. But it can be useful. Let me get this. Sorry, guys. Sorry for all the notifications. But it can be very, very powerful in terms of identifying symptoms. The way I like to use Chart Prime is like this. I like to put the SPY up and then a regular chart up next to it. And you can see, look at how accurate this thing was short term. Again, bearish engulfing, we get this nice drop. Bullish engulfing, we get a little bounce. Bullish engulfing, we get a decent bounce. Look at how much it called this bottom right here. Look at the two double bullish engulfing patterns right here at the bottom and how, interesting they can, work in terms of identifying sentiment here. So if you want to check it out, I'll post the link in chat. Again, just really, really easy to use. Like, look at how accurate this thing called the bottom here on Chart Prime. So just very, very useful. It's a trading indicator service. You can get 20% off if you use my link, and I'll put this link in chat if you want to check them out. A really cool way to help support the channel is checking out Chart Prime. And again, I'll post this link. Great way to help support the channel. Also, guys, be sure to check out Top Step. Top Step is a trading funded account program for futures, and there's no PDT in futures, so you can day trade, you can short the market as much as you want. The futures market, easiest way to get around the PDT rule. You can day trade, you can short in futures with no PDT restrictions, and again, it's one of the easiest ways to get around the PDT rule because frankly, it'll let you day trade and short. And Top Step funds you. It's the most legitimate funded account program in the world. They pay out millions, fund thousands of traders a year. They're regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. If you look at Top Step here, when you look at Top Step and just look at kind of what they do for traders here, they paid out $3.3 million last year in withdrawals from their funded traders. They funded thousands of traders in 143 countries, and 97% said it helped their trading, which I truly think it does. I think having to follow these type of rules will make you a better trader. And so if you want to check it out, link is in the description. Be sure to hit that up and check that out. With that said, though, guys, we're also going to be doing a crypto show today. So y'all be ready. We're going to pivot over to our crypto show pretty soon. Let me get this ready here. And yeah, we'll get over into our crypto show. And so again, guys, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Again, we're pretty close to hitting 89,000 or 90,000 subscribers. We're so close here. We need about 130 subscribers left to hit 90,000 subscribers. Will be an amazing thing for the channel. Next week is a crazy big week, guys. Next week we got a lot of crazy stuff happening. You know, specifically, we got the rate hike decision, we got the Fed meeting, we got all that stuff happening next week, and it's going to be chaotic, crazy. We also have earnings happening next week as well. We got AMD and a bunch of other stuff as well, team. So if you haven't already, you know, subscribe to the channel. We will be covering a lot of different stuff next week. You guys be ready for that. And again, we are going to be doing a crypto show today. Also, last thing, check out Stock Tech. They're supposed to go live sometime soon. I thought they were going to go live today. It's a trading social media platform, and their job is to help traders against big banks and hedge funds. They're going to give you free tools, dark flow, option flow access, saving you hundreds of dollars in the process. So check them out. There's the link in chat. And so again, check them out. There's the link. Bitcoin, ETH, pump it up a little bit today. And yeah, guys, with that said, we will see you guys over there. Again, we're going to go to our crypto show right now. And yeah, we'll see you guys over at the crypto show. Again, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell. For all of our sponsors, you can find the link in the description. Love you all. We appreciate the support. Team, let me make sure. Okay, we're good. Make sure this is going to bring you guys over. And again, if it doesn't bring you over, for those on mobile, if you want to see the crypto show, for those on mobile, if you do want to see the crypto show, at youtube.com/beginnercrypto. youtube.com/beginnercrypto. We've been growing like crazy on that channel as well. Here is the link. Go sub there if you haven't already. That is where the crypto show is going to be. How about the Astros this weekend? Let's the Astros get a W. We'll see if we do or not. Good luck. Love you all. Let's get an Astros win. And again, we'll see you guys over there in a second. So again, we're starting the crypto show right now, and we'll see you guys there.